That never gets old. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show. Welcome back to another Saturday Night Sci-Fi Shadow Chat. I hope you guys had a great weekend. Mine was pretty darn busy. Not gonna lie, nonstop all day, doing the things. We had a little mini barbecue because the boy was dying for one of his old man's barbecued hamburgers. So we did that, and I'm stuffed. I had to cut out the bread and some of the other stuff, but man, got to do that more often. And with the weather the way it is, I highly recommend everybody out there. You got a grill, you got a hibachi, go out there and raise your carbon footprint, so to speak, because fuck those guys. Um, how's everybody doing out there in TV land? Got a couple people already watching the big show tonight. Uh, I have invited the usual cast of uh, miscreants and ne'er do wells, and I don't know what the hell they're doing, but they better get their asses in here, um, or I will just put the chat right there in the or the link right there in the chat, and let just no, I won't do that. We will never be doing that again, folks. If you do want to pop in and join us, go over to my Discord where you will find the link, or you can request it if I know you, and I'll send it out. But tonight, I didn't finish off the Gamma World reviews. I still have some more, and the boys and we started watching Fallout, and I may have done this topic before, but I want to hit it again because this time I got my handy dandy notebook so I can write down some of my friends and their favorite post-apocalyptic movies and TV shows, and even novels if there's some out there that I'm unaware of, so I can write them down and enjoy them when I actually get a spare moment, which has not been too often lately. Just uh, super busy with honestly reading all the Gamma World modules, and of course listening to some audiobooks lately. I recently, went through almost all of the Amber novels. We went and read some Robert E. Howard's Call. Hey, what's up, Dungeon Minister? Hey, I will be sending something out to you, not next weekend, but the following weekend after that. I uh, I just got to make it over the hump of the first of the month, and we do our regular grocery shopping every 2 weeks, and that weekend is just impossible. So it's gonna have to be the following weekend. But not enough reading, to be honest. Um, a year ago, I was reading a paperback book a day, easily 200 to 300 pages a day. Now I'm down to 20, if that, and that's not enough. And since Justin and I are going to be uh, we're beginning to write some short stories to hone those skills and see where it takes us. The best thing you can do to be a better writer, other than actually write, is to read. So we're going to be doing that. And if you haven't checked out Justin's Discord page or his channel, he's been uploading a bunch of his short stories, which I got to start reading myself. It's the least I can do, right, guys? Welcome to the show, Cal, Dungeon Minister, Mercurius. How you guys doing tonight? I am doing pretty dang good. I have literally no complaints, other than a little stuffed, but other than that, doing pretty good. Hope you guys are all out there having a great weekend, doing the things, getting the things done. My reading has dropped off a cliff since having kids and starting a YouTube channel, of course. Yeah, you know what, Dungeon Minister, that you know, um, that's one of those things we never account for, is it? When we go into the fatherhood gig, is all the things that we're gonna have to cut back on a little, if not cut out completely. Let's see who just popped in. I haven't looked. I'm gonna guess it's Justin, and I was correct. How you doing, brother? Oh, so we just get to look at his old avatar picture. And
Muted for a minute. I'm getting my camera out.
no worries, dude. I'm just fucking around.
Yeah.
Excuse my language, guys. I'm trying to work on that, but I'm a swearaholic, I guess. You were gardening for 5 hours. Dang. You know what? I haven't been sick since well on probably 7 years, something like that. And I could use a good cold. I think maybe an allergy attack or something, just to just kick it on the couch and just read like in the old days. Probably not going to happen. I've cut so many bad things out that the germs got nothing to hold on to. So how you doing, Justin?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, busy
You?
weekend?
No.
No,
Mm.
no, just lounging around,
Yeah.
getting your house tan on and
Mm.
eating the pizza pockets.
Oh, I haven't had a pizza pocket in months, man. I don't
Not
actually
too
eat them.
far.
I just like saying, I just like saying pizza pockets.
Yeah, I can see that. You know what?
It feels nice on the tongue.
Cal had to clear weeds over his head, then set up some irrigation on your corn. That's up. Cool, cool, cool. Hope you get to keep most of that and enjoy it, as opposed to have to sell it or anything like that. Um,
Well, selling can lead to enjoyment as well.
yeah, if you've got that much land and you're cranking out that much, absolutely. And we got to get our Doritos from someone, right?
Pizza.
Yeah, I'm making homemade pizza probably Monday of next week. I got some fresh red peppers and pineapple and all that good stuff. But um, our Sam's Club makes this thing called a pizza pretzel, which is basically your traditional soft pretzel covered
Yeah,
in cheese and pepperoni, and then you dip it in the marinara. Ooh, my God, those are so
that
good.
sounds good.
Oh, it really it ooh. Genius invention.
Yeah, I'm surprised you guys still have Sam's Club. Walmart's slowly closing that division.
Really,
Yeah,
that blows. We went did a little shopping today, and all of our
they're
99
not
cents.
actively doing it. They're just allowing them to slowly go out of business. So
That's lame.
in other words, they're just not opening any new ones, as far as I know. And as they become non-profitable, they're closing them.
That's a tragedy. We
They
we
just can't compete. The psychological culture is not there in humanity for that kind of thing, and what few people do have that time preference tend to prefer the other one,
Costco.
Costco.
If Sam's goes out, we will switch over. Going
Yeah.
to be recording some crafting tonight. No Doritos or the terrain will be all orange. I just saw. I was telling some folks about it the other day. There's this restaurant that I didn't know existed. They make corn dogs, right? Uh, Fresh, homemade corn dogs. Um, but one of their specialties is a corn dog covered in hot Cheeto dust. Just
Oh,
like,
just the dust.
well, I maybe they just smash up a bag and roll it in there. I don't know exactly how they do it, but when you look at it, it almost looks like a
You
bright
can
orange.
buy the dust. Yeah, you gotta buy it in bulk, but you can buy the dust.
Okay, well, it almost looks like a big orange, bright orangish red cotton candy. Because
Mm.
you can't really discern any details of it. Um, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of spicy foods.
Yeah. Um, I know that Kraft Dinner, the Kraft Corporation, they sell the orange stuff from the Kraft Dinner in uh bottles like you get for the cheese. the name of it. Right on the tip of my tongue.
Like Cheese Whiz or something.
No, like the powdered cheese you put in your spaghetti. The name is
Parmesan.
Parmesan.
Gotcha.
Uh, they sell that powder in the same bottles that you can get Parmesan in.
That's cool. I suppose. I suppose it's for like popcorn. You know,
Pop popcorn. I use it to make the craft dinner thicker, the cheese thicker. There's a
gotcha.
lot more kick
We
into it.
we found that the generic brand we like better the one, not the skinny box, but the thicker box that comes with the orange goo.
I've never seen one with a goo package instead
Yeah,
of
it's like a foil package of like Cheese
like
Whiz or cheese
yeah.
sauce, and you just squeeze it out, and it's literally like half the price of the craft version.
Hmm.
Ice cream, cheese ice cream, Dungeon Minister. Wow, that does not sound appetizing at all. But then again, I'm trying to. I'm on a diet, so no ice cream, no cake, no pie, none of that. I'm trying to cut out all the
I got
sugar.
cake. I got cake for tomorrow night.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. I am really looking forward to tomorrow night's game. I was talking to Raven, and Omen missed one of the best games I think we've had
Mhm.
in a good long time. You guys were firing on all cylinders, and except for a couple of little things that you guys are unaware of, so I can't fault you for any of that. Uh, you guys are you guys are doing really good,
I
and
think uh,
I
I think we
assure
should
you,
stat out my roommate.
I assure you, within 1 to 2 sessions, you'll get all your training in. But I, um,
Yeah.
there's 2 more sessions. Well, maybe at the end of next session, if you guys do all the things and get back to the boat and get the hell out of Dodge, then I don't see why not. But I really I'm missing my old friend who passed away. He would have absolutely loved this campaign. He's a big dwarf fan, a big pirate fan. High seas, he and I sailed the high seas together on many occasions, and he just totally the last year of his life was just awful. So,
That's
cheers,
sad.
dude. Better luck next time.
Oh,
But yeah, and Brian and Mac, looking forward to you guys coming back whenever that can be. Keep your seats warm for you. Does my cyborg need to invade into another world? I think we're invading OG's current world, but as if you mean like a third or second or third or an additional one, maybe after we get going doing some things. Tomorrow is Touchberry's birthday, so Cake is here too. Wish him a happy birthday for
yeah.
me, and when the package arrives, in about a month, probably. I don't know how long it's going to take to get from here to Canada. Make sure you enjoy him, or include him with the process. Not necessarily the unboxing, because I know the camera thing, that's not a thing, but your
Keeping the
kid
kids
count.
off.
Yeah, no. We had, Jack was only 11 when he joined the show when we first started out, and we were really concerned about things, and having him on camera. But it was his idea, and if you guys haven't ever seen our very first video, go check it out.
No.
He's the cutest little
Hmm.
thing, and now he's just taken after his old man, I guess, but with a sledgehammer.
The boy's a weirdo.
I know he's got my back that day when I need him to put a pillow over my head. He'll be there. Maybe early, but he'll be there
With glee.
with glee. Yeah, yeah.
Finally. You'll finally die. Finally. It's been 10,000 years.
10,000 years. Oh my god! Can you imagine if that was literally the case? I seriously, this would be the last freaking thing I'd be doing. I'd be, on some tropical island, you know, just just maxing and relaxing
Yeah.
for an entire lifetime. If I hadn't already done so, because I know that if I did that for like 50 years, they'd catch on. It's like, hey, that guy's been here for 50 years and he still looks, 50 ish.
Yeah, but that person would be saying it to would turn them and go, blah, turn to them and go, shut up, you senile old man.
So you getting any gaming in this weekend?
Your game tomorrow. Swallow
Okay,
that cake.
okay. I wasn't sure if you had a Friday game like I did. Bo's
Oh.
game was pretty good last night, but
No,
Mark,
you know what I did last night?
what'd you do last night?
I talked to Shauner.
You're serious.
No, I
You're not
did.
serious.
I am absolutely serious. There's
And
video proof and everything.
was he like
Mildly cordial.
turning over a new leaf or going back to the old crusty leaf, so to
I
speak?
don't know. It's hard to tell.
Or is it just because of the Max thing?
The Max thing.
And at least he can be cordial, I guess, like you said.
Yep.
If you ever get a chance to speak to him, let him know that he was wrong and he should never listen to Condor DM again. Just saying.
Yeah.
Jackie still misses him.
Yeah.
Despite what he said, I can tell that he still misses him. He asks about him and stuff, and you know.
Yeah. I don't know.
So hold on.
So,
Maybe I should. What's up, O'Neill? How you doing? Uh,
yeah. How y'all doing?
I posted the
Uh
Vampires base in Discord. I'm still trying to just say, oh yeah, I saw that. I did the same mini, but I went with a more of a, what is this? Phantom Glow and Alien Goo colors. I wanted it to be more to pop a little more, be a little brighter, more of a. I didn't even know it was a vampire. I looked at it more as a ghostly sort of apparitional thing.
what you choose to do with your
Sean
miniatures
always
is
spoken like approaching the muses or visiting the Godfather. Um, just because he's been around longer than most of us when it comes to YouTube, and he knows a thing or two about a thing or two. But like all of us, he's you know got some very very strong opinions about things, and to be honest, at least Jackie, he looked up to him a lot, and I liked learning from him, trying to improve my game, and between him and Rick, I did learn quite a bit. Unfortunately, I have yet to put it to any use.
oh, it's your own fault.
Uh, the way I see it is, I'm 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 more of a man of action guy. I'm there for the action and less of the chit chat. I know that the players would say more, to each other if they could think of the right way to do it. You know what I mean? They haven't kind of found their inner character or gotten fully into their character. I never have a
Yeah.
problem with that. Like last night in Bo's game or anybody else's game. Ask OGGM. I am so in character, and like for example, the character I'm playing in OG's game is a World War II U.S. Army captain. I am not any of
Yeah.
those things. You know what I mean? I'm patriotic as hell, but I didn't do any of the military. I know Jack and Squat about what it's like to be a captain, but
Mhm.
uh, it's not hard. I'm just thinking. I'm channeling. Uh, what was the guy name from Wonder Woman? Her like not the male character, the captain. Was it? It wasn't Steve Rogers because that's Captain America, right?
Yeah, it wasn't Steve Rogers. It was.
I can't remember his name for the life of me, and I, never miss an episode.
Mm,
You're not a cyborg. Yeah, exactly, Cal. But Cal's in the game. He can attest. I'm
mhm.
in character and doing
Uh,
it. But there are certain people in the group that they're not 4D yet, and they don't know what it means, and they don't care. And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm trying
I'm.
to show through example when I play Bobby or some of the other characters. Uh, they'll loosen up and get more into it. Uh,
Yeah.
Even Armstrong, who's just an absolute joy to game with, just so full of exuberance. Uh,
Hmm.
he's not fully there yet either, I don't think.
Armstrong's fine. It's.
The other guy,
Uh,
he's rusty. He's
yeah.
definitely rusty.
And love Owen Al, bro, but the guy needs to stop worrying so much about his points. So
I know it's weird. He's always talking against it, but when you get him in there, he really wants that training time, and I
he
don't
really wants
blame
that.
him. I don't blame him. Uh,
Well,
he's a,
that's why the talking, the social interaction parts of the game are so important because it you can interact things like banter with your training coach,
Mhm,
uh, like training can easily have been sparring
mhm.
with one of the other players and mine or whatever
Mhm.
on deck one time.
Yeah, a lot of the old schoolers.
Just pushed it off to between sessions and didn't actually do it.
Well, not just that, but they were with my original group. We didn't know any better, so that's what we did.
Yeah.
We would flash by certain things, but
Hmm.
especially these days when you've only got a limited time and that sort of thing, a lot of people just want to get into the action,
Yeah.
and um,
Which
I,
pers-
I get it. I would like to see a little bit more of both, honestly, but
yeah.
we've only got 3.5, 4 hours a week.
Yeah.
Okay, Dungeon Minister, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Let me know when you get that care package, and I really hope you enjoy it.
Yeah.
Because to be honest, I didn't. Um, I
What did
was
you
so
send
mad
him?
what I'm sending him. It's brand new, perfect condition, barely touched, but I was just not happy, and I know for a fact you were. So enjoy.
What did you send him?
I'm not going to tell you on
Death in
camera.
Space? Was it Death
What?
in Space?
Oh God, no! I like him. No. I'll tell you after the show. It's just something that you know. I was expecting something different. That's all, and you know, I know he will enjoy the heck out of it, get decades of use out of it, and he and his family will enjoy the ever loving what out of it. And that's as soon as I saw his reaction once upon a time, I'm like, I know where it's going. So that's where it's going. Oh, I am being a bonehead. I am
I'm
so
all
sorry.
I'm all
Speak of
kinds of curious.
speak of the
Oh
Omen.
my god, bro, we were just talking about you.
He
Oh,
probably knows. No,
well, that's fine.
No,
nothing good.
it
Don't
was
worry.
nothing good.
You know what? I
Jinx.
don't care if it's anything good or bad. You can talk about me all you want. I got a thick
And that's
skin.
what
I'm
we
not a
love
little
about you. Omen.
baby.
You
He's
never.
bald and funny looking. Smells
I
kind of
wouldn't
funny
call him
from here.
funny looking. He
I
probably
know
does
we.
really good with the ladies, to be honest. You throw him in a in a decent suit and any bar USA at like
Yes, but
12
only
p.m.
the
and he's
blind ones.
no. He's just gotta wait till that's why I said you gotta wait till 12 p.m. or later, and he's just taking home anybody he wants.
Oh, I thought Justin was referring to that I was pretending to be blind. Like, well, let me go read your braille. Uh, can you please hand me your hand? Yeah, let me see on what I can feel for your lifeline. No.
Read the bumps on her head. Remember when that used to be a thing?
That was a big thing during what was the 1800s and stuff.
I don't know when. All I remember was it was often a thing in like Bugs Bunny cartoons, which were, harkening back to, decades and decades before they came out. So, like the turn of the previous century. God, that sounds so weird.
Well, it's during the times of the Old West, but you're right. I remember them doing that, and they used to be able to tell what your future was depending on the bumps on your head.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's what they literally. I saw somewhere years ago that they had done stuff like that, and then of course talk about snake oil salesmen, and some were.
Chronology.
Some of that stuff worked, and some of it did.
Kind of like phrenology, but not quite. If Raven were here, I would make a joke about feeling the bumps on her head because she recently got quite a goose egg from doing something.
Oh,
something I forget. She bumped her head. That's all that matters. But yeah, it's so weird thinking about like you didn't really grow up with like Bugs Bunny, did you?
So we're
Justin may
talking
not have. I
chronology.
remember it. Here's what
Remember what?
Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Yeah, I remember Bugs Bunny cartoons. Fuck, where do you think I was in the 80s, 90s, and early?
Well, it's hard for me because I stopped seeing them like in the 80s because I wasn't watching cartoons.
They were still on in the 80s.
Like first thing in the morning kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
really? Okay.
Well, they
okay.
were. If I remember correctly, they stopped showing them mostly on the big three news stations, and there was a lot of cable where you could still watch them.
Fox.
And then I remember watching some of the old, I think it was TNT. Boy, you could watch some of the really old Max Fleischman, the Popeye cartoons, the black and white ones, and then some of the colorized. Before he died in World War II, I believe. So, before then.
Oh yeah, we had Tom Hatton, I think it was his name, on Sunday morning on Channel 5. He would run like 2 or 3 hours of that, and then it would be like whatever the monster movie or Abbott and Costello or the Bowery Boys. But the reason I was saying it's so weird is, Justin, that those cartoons were made, many decades before the 80s.
Yeah, they're like the 50s, 60s.
Right. If not even
the 30s and the 40s are the funniest ones, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the World War II cartoons, which they banned, were absolutely hilarious.
Exactly. And they were referencing things that were so, when I was a kid, in the 70s, they were referencing things that were so far back, to be able to get some of the jokes, like the Groucho Marx things and stuff like that. You shouldn't be able to get them. You should be like, what the heck is going on? Like when they had Humphrey Bogart in one of the actual cartoons, a cartoon version of him. But it was like nobody should have known who he was at that time in the way of kids. If you're under 20, you're like, who's this guy?
You know what? I don't want to say that because
it was more common to watch older films back then than it was now.
I'm going to say the other part is that we used to sit in front of the television during the weekends and watch all sorts of movies that were out there. And that included a lot of the old stuff for some of the black and whites. And then, and I know you did this with your father, where you used to watch Westerns with your dad. I would watch some of the old movies with my father. And, and a lot of stuff, even before I was born, if I decided just because it looked cool, was what was the Sinbad, Ray Harryhausen stuff. What was the Lost Island or whatever it was? It's not that we didn't watch the stuff in the 50s, but same thing with cartoons. When I saw the phrenology, but they were doing that with the bumps in the head, but then they also showed the little diagram in the background. I went, which I remember seeing in one of my old history books when I was in school. They would talk about phrenology around the head and stuff. But I think that's part of the problem that we have nowadays is not necessarily. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but we don't have the common culture that we used to by watching similar shows.
It's very true.
It's either phonology or phrenology,
Mhm.
because the one is the sounds and languages, and the other one's the skull bumps.
Yeah,
The size of your skull and other physical
Yeah.
features that.
Gotta get out the calibers, damn you.
yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, man, that's so weird. You know, but does it make me a bad person that I can see how that could actually have some merit? You know,
No.
if you got a pinhead, then how much brain can you have?
Well, but there's a difference between total mass. But they were just checking out the bumps. I remember reading a story about Ulysses S. Grant. Apparently, his head was pretty smooth, and the guy couldn't figure out like anything about him, and said, "This boy will one day become president," is what he said. You know, I don't know if that story's true or not, but that was one of the
Sounds pretty bogus.
Um,
Hmm.
but it was one of those stories that was out there. But you know, at the end of the day, the problem that I have with a lot of this stuff, it's the same one that they said is that they were trying to find out the face of a murderer thing, and what they found out is that the more faces and that they conglomerated, the more attractive the person became, um, because we kind of take all these images and we merge them into an ideal average, and so the more people you try morphing into one face, you know, taking the averages for all that, the more symmetric and everything else becomes. And so that, of course, that's why it gets thrown out. But it seems like a nice idea. It's just because we're trying to look for patterns, and I think that's the cool thing. And I don't know what your shadow chat is today. So
Actually,
Apocalypse films and books.
yeah,
and
I wanted
shows.
to talk about movies and TV shows and novels, if possible, that deal with the post-apocalyptic situation. Because I have a really good list from Miguel and Sylvia from the Red Room in their Wretched Apocalypse book, and it's pretty extensive.
Yeah.
But I was hoping that you guys who show up tonight and you in the chat, folks, can help me out with some recommendations, but not just saying it's a great movie, but maybe like describe it a little for me.
Oh, wait a minute. We got one for you. A Boy and His Dog.
A Boy and His Dog. Good film.
Not only have I seen that one, but I've also read the book and still own the book. But I definitely think that's got to go on the list for Jackie's sake. Even though
come on, you can make him suffer through that. Oh God, you know.
Yes.
Well, you know, sometimes though and I think this was the problem that we had is sci-fi used to be really cheap and cheesy, which allowed us to get tons of sci-fi movies because what made them interesting was the premise and then some of the topics they had that, you know, a lot, like if you look in today's topics, they always try making sure that they relate it back to the real world. And this is what it, you know, whereas back then it's like, hey, we see some issues, but let's put it in a non-offensive form by using space aliens to represent this instead of one individual group.
Which is fine. I mean, we've been doing it since Star Trek. You know, if you want to skirt around it, that's your prerogative. But it also allows it to stay timeless, so that future generations can still benefit from the core ideas of the situation. Like that awful episode of Star Trek with the Sharons, the half black and half white guys. Party. Okay?
Worst episode ever.
Right.
In the words of comic book guy.
That's why I picked it. But you know, its message, its underlying message is still important today. And you know, I think we've come a very long way, at least since that episode.
I'd hope so.
Its understanding of the topic is ignorant at best.
Well,
no one hates a race because of their skin color alone.
Well, that's not
actually
true.
I yes, Fox
you told
Brain is
me
up
I
there.
know less about the topic than you do.
Well, I've met some people that you know. To be honest, it's always been women who were just intimidated or scared, and they couldn't give a reason why. But you knew it had to be something visual.
I'm going to bring up another point, which is and people don't want to relate this. It's the otherness. It doesn't matter what it is. It also comes down to.
I know in these cases that I was mentioning, it's not that.
Well, no. But what I'm referring to is if you look at the Greeks or all cultures, it's the other nature. It doesn't matter if they are almost physically identical. It's that they dress differently, or they have different mannerisms. It's the in group versus out group.
Different gosh darn food.
Well, in certain cases, which my grandfather always laughed at, he said the Turks and the Greeks hated each other, but when you got them out of that area, they all went to the same bars, they ate at the same restaurants. When they were away from their cultures, because they were more alike when they're away from their culture than when they're within their culture. And it's like, oh well, now we have this big divide, and that's what it's the us versus them, and that's what comes down into it. And what gets me about this is, that if you look at Middle Ages, if you were deformed in some way, especially if you had lost a finger or a hand, and because many of those were punishments, they immediately assumed you were a criminal. That was the thing that
you were
not that well. I mean, there were enough bad things.
Facetious.
But there were
You, I don't doubt are. Shadow, I don't think I've ever seen both of your hands at the same time. I still don't think I've seen both of your hands at the same time.
Well, you're missing the other two hands under his, that grow from his sides.
Yeah, no, you can't see, but you want to take off all the makeup on green underneath.
Well, that's just because of the food you eat. No, I mean, but that's part of the things that are in there. But then the great thing about, this is why I like Star Frontiers and all these others, was it's your ability to overcome that. Drelicites and breast are almost nothing alike, but that's also why I like the reaction adjustments in the old D&D and the old things that came in. Is this race like this race? You're like, oh, okay, why did they like this race? And in certain cases, it was either they're symbiotic, or they're non-competitive, or there's just something about the other one that they really do enjoy. And I think that I enjoyed that aspect for it. And I think the problem is that people are trying to avoid all of these things because it does make for uncomfortable situations. But man, it allows you to role play so well for certain things. And it's nice to have a bad guy, whether it's the Sathar in Star Frontier.
Sathar.
Yeah. But anyway, the Sathar. Or you have the whether it's orcs in D&D or the Klingons and the Romulans. The problem is the more that you make them the same, one is the less interesting and compelling they are as both villains and as protagonists. It's just like whenever we talk about Gimli and
Legolas.
Look, they hated each other. Their parents hated each other. Thranduil literally threw in Gimli's father into jail. They
ended up being the best of friends.
Exactly.
Londo and Jakar.
Exactly. That's what makes good storytelling.
And Jakar.
Yeah.
The good Londo and Jakar.
Well, yeah. But that's what makes great stories. The problem that I'm having all too often is people are afraid to delve into those, and as such, you're just missing the whole story that allows you to go forward with that. Now, of course, going back to some of the post-apocalyptic stuff, I'm going to look up a couple things in a minute, but that's why I like it. They act like it's negative, and the problem is I'd much rather. This sounds terrible. I'd much rather say, look, I hate these non-human beings from other worlds that are trying to eat our face, rather than saying, I don't like you because you believe in a slightly different God from me. You know what? I got better in real life. And I think that's but they all want to equate everything as the same. They're not.
Well, you're just misunderstanding that he wants to eat your face. It's bigoted of you to not let Zorthok eat your face.
Well, that's true. Well, this is the same kind of mentality.
Why are you such a monster? You won't let Zorthok eat your face.
Wait a minute. This is the exact same problem that we have, where women would rather be with a grizzly bear or a polar bear and think that they can go swim with them.
To be honest, I'd rather them be with the grizzly bear, polar bear too.
Well, but this is how stupid people have become. It's like they're not equivalent. And I don't know about you, but there are certain ones I'm going. I don't know. I just heard one where it was the guy got attacked by a grizzly bear. I was just watching that before I came on here, and apparently the grizzly bear bit down on the pepper spray, and that caused it to explode, and that's what drove off the mother. I was like, holy cow! Now she was protecting her cubs, but even so, you're like, woo, man. So.
Yeah, before this, I was watching a thing on bread tags.
On what?
The plastic tag that you use to hold your bread.
Okay. Yeah.
Very interesting.
But I think that's.
So?
But I think those are the things that.
That's
one of the things I think that I do really enjoy about sci-fi is you can make a bad guy that's completely alien, that does want to, let's be honest, whether we like it or not, is if we had to deal with a world of ants that were, like, what was it, them, where they're like 6 feet tall, or like the ones from Starship Troopers, you don't need to have morality and all that other crap.
Whoa. They were innocent and did nothing wrong. Didn't you read? Humanity resisting the bug invasion is Nazism. That's what YouTube told me.
But YouTube also told me that it was safe to take a vaccine.
Most vaccines are safe to take.
Well, that's true. A lot of them are. The problem I have is, you don't go through and say, well, this one isn't, but that's okay. We're going to force you anyway. But those are the things I think they're interesting overall. And it allows you as a DM not to have to worry about the social implications and all the other crap that deals with it. Is, just like I was reading 2300, the pentapods. And I said, well, apparently they have some human DNA in there. Like, what are the pentapods doing with human beings? They seem kind of benign, but not. So,
how would an alien race get human DNA?
Yeah, that's my point.
So what are some other movies you guys would recommend?
So we're talking about
Double Dragon with
Raul Julia?
What?
With Raul Julia?
I don't know who that is.
Or am I thinking the other one? Street Fighter.
Yeah,
that was Street Fighter.
It was the equivalent of, let's see.
Do not watch Double Dragon. It's a bad film.
Okay, so I'm looking at
really
this.
Post-apocalypse.
Okay.
I'm looking at some of these movies in here, which I think I've seen most of these, not all of them, but I'm looking because Monty Cook, whether you like him or hate him, he actually does produce some pretty good stuff. But he's using this for, climate change and stuff for one of them. He was using Waterworld, Interstellar, Mad Max.
Whoa, slow back. Interstellar, that's a post-apocalyptic?
Yeah. The world is on a brink of absolute ecological collapse at the beginning of the film.
I can't recommend the film, to be honest, but
the main character, he's forced to be a farmer because of how much crop failure there is, and all his fields just get blighted at the beginning, and then stumbles onto a secret government program to go back in time.
It's not that good of a film.
It's not that good of a film. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, but it's.
I think Waterworld and Mad Max are good ones if you want certain types.
Waterworld, Mad Max, and I Will Be Back in a Few Minutes.
I haven't seen that film.
No, I gotta poop.
Fair.
I think he
Thanks
missed
for
the
sharing,
whole joke
I think,
about
but
that.
not really.
But so there's some of those. Let's see what some of the other ones he's mentioned.
I've seen Waterworld many a time, Mad Max as well.
Let's the Andromeda Strain, Contagion, 12 Monkeys, Outbreak.
Whoa. I've seen Andromeda Strain. I didn't know that was post-apocalyptic. Is that actually pre and post in the same movie, or is that really.
No,
out.
I think well, they're using it as an inspiration. It's what happens if it gets out.
Okay. Yeah.
Same thing with Contagion. Now, 12 Monkeys, though, there's, you know, and I like 12 Monkeys, the series, better than I did the movie.
That's one of my favorite Brad Pitt movies because he was just so good at being, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and back when Bruce Willis, had, you know, complete control over his faculties, he was one of my favorites. But
But I mean, but I don't know. Have you seen the so Sci-Fi a few years ago? I forgot what it was, 10 or 15 years ago. Did 12 Monkeys as a series, and it was kind of cool on how they did it. If you like time travel and you like the fact of the post-apocalyptic world, I liked what they did there. I haven't seen this one though. I think I've seen like 1 or 2 episodes. It's what they call the leftovers.
I can hardly hear you.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, probably. Gee, that's weird. It's because I'm not pointing my head at the screen.
Like,
Yeah. So, the leftovers. I think HBO. That's what it was. Was kind of about the rapture.
that would be hard to put into a Gamma World game, but
Well, you have that one. What was the other one that you have? Not that we all have to like him, but what was it? The what was it called? I'll think of it in a minute. But it's
who's in it?
oh well, you won't like it. Seth Rogen ended the this is the end for the end of the world, where it's kind of it's the exact same thing with the rapture and what happens with the leftover people and how they all become like cannibals and things. I enjoyed it, but I not that I like Seth Rogen, but I did enjoy that one. But all the if you like to watch your most hated comedians die in horrific fashion, you'll probably enjoy it. So,
Yeah, I was very happy with episode 3 of Fallout. So there's that.
I think Fallout's a pretty good one, but yeah, I mean, but the reason I mentioned that one is that movie with the end of the world. Basically they have the rapture, and so certain people get raptured, and the ones that are left behind are just complete scumbags. They have to deal with the hell on earth. I don't know if you ever saw there was a similar episode with Family Guy.
Oh yeah,
No, not Family Guy. The American Dad.
Yeah, I knew which one you were talking about.
Yeah,
that's one of the classics. Hell, Family Guy had an after the blast one as well, where Joe Swanson ends up melting to the front porch, and they go after the Twinkie factory.
But those are all fun things to think about. I'm trying to think of if you ever, another post-apocalyptic, which is just kind of weird, is Snowpiercer.
You know what? I've been meaning to watch that one. Someone said it was like the sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory or something. Weird.
How do I want to put this? So, Snowpiercer is basically the Earth is a giant snowball. I kind of like. Again, I've seen the movie. I like the series better, but I can tell that the writers just really weren't. How do you want to say it? They aborted the baby by trying to have it too fast. What they should have done is in the first season is they should have spread things out over a couple seasons, but it felt rushed.
What's the movie about?
So basically, the Earth freezes, and what they're able to do is that basically all of humanity is put onto
Like a train, right?
a self-contained train which has everything in it, and they're trying to survive in there. And so, but of course, there's the end section. So the further up the train you get, the more that people are, the more high class people are. So the very end of the train is basically the dregs of humanity, and then the very front of the train. So of course they're complaining about how they're being oppressed and stuff like that. So, talk about another one of us, Train on Busan. If we're going to talk about post-apocalyptic, if you want to do the zombie style.
I'm looking for more of the when you come to those sorts of games, the post-apocalyptic, it's usually been many years since the catastrophe. Uh, Putting the players in like the beginning of the catastrophe seems weird to me. Not that I wouldn't, try it, but I can't help but blame the, like feel for the players wishing that they weren't there or that they could stop it, knowing that I'm not going to let them stop it. You know what I mean? It
You know
seems
what? I here's the difference, and I'd love to do this. And I'm not saying I'm the GM to do it, but I would love to do it. I would like to do very similar to what they used to do with Highlander, where you have both flashbacks forward and at the end, which is
Hey, Raven.
you're playing two different groups of characters. You don't know on how this is going to occur, but for example, if you put one group and they're 200 years in advance, and you put the other group coming to the apocalypse, they know the apocalypse is coming. They aren't, and what you're doing is you're filling in all the details for that, and you're doing flashbacks back and forth. But the players have to be willing to do that kind of thing. You know, and it's okay sometimes to say, will you survive or not? A perfect example is if anyone's ever looked at the Alien RPG in their cinematic mode. If the players know they're going to die at the end, or the Cthulhu or whatever else.
Sure. Especially if it's a limited thing.
Yes.
A one shot or a mini series or something like that. I've always found, at least in my experience, that a lot of players either that's all they want, is a couple of games here, a couple of games there. If it falls apart, it falls apart, or the opposite where they want a signed in blood contract for the next 2 to 5 years of, you know what I mean. There is a huge amount of that uh, in our circle. DM James is a big fan of that sort of thing. It's like Max Leal. If they're going to get into a game, they want it to just at least go like a year. That's like their bare minimum, and I can understand that. But I could see also saying like to the group, look, for the next 6 months, we're just going to play a bunch of different one shots, and then at the end of the 6 months, we'll pick whichever one we would most like to go back to, and then we'll take it from there. What is your
You mean the Chicken Kiev?
yeah Hush Puppies from Long John Silver's? That's what I thought or think of when I see that, Raven.
They're basically the size of softballs, but they're breaded chicken with filled full of butter, of seasoned butter inside. Anyway,
So you were talking about while I was away, playing post-apocalyptic RPG. Where you're going?
Well, what I was trying to say is that if I was going to run a game, I would love to do two groups, one in the future and one in the past. And actually, they do that in Fallout too, in many cases. Which is, guess what? And don't get me wrong, I want the players that are playing the past to influence the current game, but they're fun. But they understand. But the past group, pre-apocalypse, understands the world better than the characters that are in the post-apocalyptic, and the pre-apocalyptic game lets the players begin to understand the post-apocalyptic. Which is what they're doing in Fallout, to be fair, where they're doing the flashbacks back and forth. And
right, that's not really a gameable. It would be impossible to really run that as a game like that, or
you can, but see that I don't think it's as hard as you say it, as you're making it out to be.
Because of the one-on-one aspect of it, when they're showing the cowboy character in Fallout, there's no other NPCs, or player characters, I should say.
Well, that's because they choose not to have. But that's because they choose not to have one.
Right.
It's not that you can't have other groups in there. If you actually look at it, you can have other groups in there. Remember that the players are. I think that
well, you can look at the Terminator franchise, right? Each installment of Terminator changes the future.
Yeah, that's a good example.
There was a show I just remembered. I was looking up stuff earlier today. and it popped up, and I watched it a few years ago. It was called Travelers.
Mm.
Do you remember the show Travelers?
With the guy from Will and Grace.
With the guy from Will and Grace.
Yeah, it was actually a really good show, and then it just like ended.
It ended abruptly in 2018.
Like season 3 or something,
Uh,
maybe 2.
2. No, 3. 3.
Yeah, that was actually a really good show, like Dark
Mid-season
Matter.
3.
It ended at the worst possible moment to never come back.
Yeah, right at the. I think it only did half a season, the third season or something like that.
Was that it? Right,
I don't know.
Right when they get to the best cliffhanger ever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So if you haven't watched Travelers, the premise is there's some sort of like collapse in the future. Like they're heading into an apocalypse, or there's been one. And then there's this party of people that have been sent back in time. But they're like quantum leap sent back in time, right? They take over the bodies of a bunch of people.
Okay,
And
but
they then have to integrate into those people's lives and prevent the thing that goes wrong.
So, but what I'm referring to is that you get two separate groups, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same players, but they're basically, hey, this is future, this is past, and they're playing two different things. And then, the things that they're doing in the past, their current characters can find out in the future. Oh, well, look what we found here. Oh, okay. Oh, I remember that from when we played. It's kind of member varies back and forth, but you have to have a group that's willing to go that says, hey, and you can always do the cliffhangers, which way you want to do it anyway. Oh,
and I think you might have to have really flushed out timelines that
yeah, which makes it a little even more railroady, wouldn't you think?
No,
there could be.
The events don't have to be railroad. The events are railroady, but the players are free to choose in what they do during that time period, which is not a railroad.
No, I mean for the more modern group, they're not necessarily railroaded, but their current environment is dictated by the previous environment.
Well, yeah, but that's not any different than any other game you play. Every game that you play in the setting that's absolutely had, whether it's created by the DM or whether it was influenced by the players who were playing, quote, pre-apocalypse. The difference is that the pre-apocalyptic characters can change things, and you can throw those in there. So let's
just to me, it seems like a lot of mental gymnastics. I could see running the past game first, and then going, okay, now we're going to run the future game, and maybe forcing the players to play characters that were like, for lack of a better way to put it, the children of not their characters.
No. I don't think that you understand what I'm trying to say at all.
No, I don't.
Which is, okay, let's assume this much. If I start pre-apocalyptic characters over in Las Vegas, just to use an example, your post-apocalyptic characters are playing in New York. All right? Your pre-apocalyptic characters are doing whatever they're doing. They have, again, they're probably not going to influence exactly where New York is, but they're setting stuff up that's going on around the Las Vegas area. When your post-apocalyptic characters at some point come towards the Las Vegas area, they're going to find the influence of those pre-apocalyptic characters and what they had done. And you run the games, I say concurrently. It's like, hey, this week will be post-apocalyptic, next week will be pre-apocalyptic, and you go to the two, and at a certain point when, and again, this is where I guess we would say the railroad, your timeline is pretty much set. So the players can have some influence on the world, but they're not influencing like the final apocalypse or whatever. The final apocalypse will happen no matter what they do. But what they're going to do is they're going to be able to influence that part of the world, and then then they can find the remnants of what they had done during the pre-apocalyptic.
Well, so say your pre-apocalyptic group are a bunch of freaking terrorists or whatever, and they blow up a bunch of buildings, right? And then your post-apocalyptic characters come into that area; they'll find those buildings blown up.
Yeah, but they wouldn't know that. My point really being is that your characters don't even have to be terrorists. In fact, that's probably the worst.
It's just the example to make it very broad and understandable.
Oh, I was thinking of this way, which is, hey, we did this, and while they're trying to figure out what's, a perfect example would be is if you're playing
and this allows you to also switch up what I want to say. I want to say genre type, but if your group is going to play heavy action, they can do that post-apocalyptic, and then if you want to kind of do the investigator, mystery side, you can do that in your pre-apocalyptic. So your pre-apocalyptic is finding stuff that's going on. They have the ability to influence certain things and say, "Oh, well, we'll help build this or we'll help build that."
Like the pre-apocalyptic characters are going to end up trying to stop the apocalypse through investigative procedurals, and the post-apocalyptic characters are going to see how they failed.
Well,
Or succeeded.
Or in certain cases, it's going to be certain things that come into it is they'll get the understanding of how the world got destroyed, that they're getting player knowledge. In other words, they're getting the player knowledge. They're getting player knowledge from their pre-apocalyptic characters that the post-apocalyptic characters wouldn't know, but they're doing it through the investigation. A perfect example is, oh my God, there's a secret cabal within the U.S. government that wants to do nuclear war. They're trying to stop that, and then they can go through certain things, and they as they're going through it, then they find out this nuclear war is now being held by the Cthulhu-like monster that's going behind there. And so they're beginning to find out like all the stuff that's behind, and maybe the characters fail, and then it's like, okay, that pre-apocalyptic group is now gone. In other words, don't get too attached to those characters. If your post-apocalyptic group comes in and they're
You
like,
should never get attached to your characters.
or well, this is what happens in Fallout. Oh, who's the duel? Well, now you start finding out. Oh, that's where that NPC came from. Oh, that's where this NPC came from.
Right, because it's
his name is from this.
Because he turned into really kind of a bastard, the cowboy character from Fallout. It's like,
cool.
Yeah, like what the shit, I was digging on his Roy Rogers kind of vibe, and then all of a sudden he's the nastiest character you've ever met,
He's jaded, right? Like
way more than jaded. I guarantee his daughter and wife would freaking hate the man he turned into.
His daughter.
I'm going to mention
his daughter will hate the man he's turned into.
Okay, wait a minute. Did you? How far are you into Fallout?
Episode 3.
Okay. So I don't want to spoil it. You'll find out why he's that way as you go.
Oh, I'm certain it's justified and makes sense and all that.
Oh,
it doesn't. Again, things don't have to be justified. They just have to be rational. That's all that comes down to it. And
that's a problem with a lot of storytelling these days in like the people who get paid for that is they don't bother to make things rational.
Yeah,
they justify things, but they don't rationalize them.
Throwing a girl in as bait, that's just nothing justifies that.
Again, we understand. We are not saying that we're justifying him. What we're saying is that you can understand why he turned that way. It doesn't mean you have to agree with them. That's the whole point.
Well, I can't root for someone who's
let me say this.
Well, then don't root for him. You're not supposed to root for him, is the point. You want to root for someone that you're not supposed to root for. That's like saying, hey, I hope Darth Vader blows up Alderaan because I liked him as, Anakin. No.
I like Vader no matter what.
Let me say this. He threw what's-her-face into the pond because she was a vault dweller. And when you find out his wife's story, you'll understand why he feels that way about it.
We don't have to say all that. The whole point being is it's not just that. It's the point being is that you want interesting characters. And the characters can have their own motivations. That you can say, "Oh, this is why their motivations are." It doesn't mean you have to agree with them.
Well, to be honest,
understand the motivation.
So far, episode 3, he's the only character I like.
That's fine. You don't have to like all the characters.
And trust me, by the end, you'll probably like them more.
Well, I'm just going to say this much: you don't have to like the characters. The point being is to stop trying to.
If I'm at episode 3 and I don't like anybody, there won't be an episode 4.
Well, then that's fine.
See what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
There's got to be somebody.
No, the whole series is worth watching just because they killed Michael Rappaport like the little bitch he is.
I have to agree. We were just talking about that. I don't think you were here. So
I said the same thing on your show the other day.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, but at the end of the day, is the point being is that now the characters have references both to the world and to some of the major NPC players. Maybe they, and then you can flesh it out. A good example is a little bit different. Is if you ever read what was it, Shogun and Taipei.
Mm-hmm.
Where they talk of, which I didn't read, but that's just what I heard is, there's like this little girl, it's like she's 18 or whatever, and she's so sweet. And then by Taipei, they talk about what an evil bitch she was when she was elderly, and she was like the super cunning woman. It's like, oh, because you want to see that evolution of characters, and the characters don't have to be good or bad. The characters just have to be compelling and interesting. That the players that
feel they're invested are one or the other when you put them on the scales at the end.
I don't care what Anubis thinks. I hate saying it is that the nicest people are boring. They are. They don't make good stories. They're super nice people, and I want to have them as neighbors. But people don't write books about them. Okay.
Nobody watched Mr. Rogers because he was a compelling character.
No one watched Mr. Rogers in the first place except 4-year-olds that was plunked in front of the TV and had no.
I never actually watched Mr. Rogers. Other than in passing the channel when you had to turn the dial, to get to the channel, which was kind of a genius way of doing it, because damn well they could have made it. You just some other system, but you had to click through the other channels. You had to go around the dial.
No, that was analog. Works that way. It's a frequency modulation.
Yeah.
Just push a button. Come on.
They did that later. That technology came out later.
Okay. Yeah, if you actually look at how it suddenly
my TV
moves
when I was a
around.
kid was like that.
Yeah,
but no keypad on the side. It was behind the little door.
Yeah, but no, I mean, but that's the whole point. Is I don't want I want characters to have motivation. I don't care if the character is thoroughly evil. I want him to have a motivation why he's doing things. Do I have to feel that he's some tortured soul? No, I don't have to feel that. What was his name? The whatever. The various serial killers that are out there. They can still be interesting characters, even though I want them dead. That's ideally what you want your players to do. Is you want them to come in and you want them to have
be
their
serial killers or be dead.
Both. You want them to have their villains to be that way. That's what makes compelling villains. The worst villains, the ones you go, that's the worst. That's the worst thing I ever heard. Is, well, how do you feel about the villain? Like, I don't care. Like,
there have been. I was kind of that way about the bad guy in believe it or not. What the hell is that? Die Hard. The first Die Hard. I was like, this guy's like boring.
Hans Gruber. Yeah, he's just a
schmuck with a good plan.
Yeah,
but you know what? That's fine. I'm still okay with that. But it's still
great.
Because Die Hard isn't about the villain. It's about the emotional drama between him and his wife, right?
Well, you just have to have and let's be honest. Is you also want a villain where people are happy to see them die. At the end of the day, that's what you want your players to do. You don't want your players to go, oh. I feel so much sympathy for him.
Yeah, that shit's old and was always old and always lame. Are either of you guys familiar with the Palladium Rifts pre-apocalyptic thing they did?
No.
Was that the splicers or is the
No, it was the thing that led up to the Rifts Earth.
I'm familiar from listening to Max Liao and what they said on certain
I have
things.
none of those books, but I'm almost tempted to buy them to see how Rift's world, Earth became what it was. But at the same time, I really don't like the Chaos Earth. Thank you. I thought that's what it was. I really, really hate the Rift's Earth thing. It's just
too much in the blender.
Not just too much in the blender, but it's too contrived to get Shadowrun, but a little bit different because they wanted dragons and elves in a post-apocalyptic Earth. situation. It would have made more sense to just create a planet that wasn't Earth and did all that stuff than to go suddenly elves start popping up. Popping up from where? They never existed. There were never elves on Earth.
I don't think
You know what I
that's
mean?
the way the
Parallel
rift. I
reality
thought
or
that the
whatever.
rifts opened up and then allowed the dimensional beings to come through. Was the whole point of rifts, which why it's called rifts, of course. My problem with rifts
Sure.
is like most things is it just threw in too many mega damage stuff and things like that, and it just lost me from that point forward. It's like that kind of like, oh well, I did this. Oh well, you won't bring this weapon. I'm like, who the hell's
Well, I
gonna
mean
stop you?
that's solved by moving a decimal point. You know, like Justin said, there's too much in the blender. There's literally everything imaginable has been attempted to be codified and then shoved into one little place.
Well, look, I didn't. When I first bought Rifts, it was interesting, but I
Thanks,
went
Logan.
over. It just took too much in there. But like most things in there, there was such a discrepancy between things that I would rather them have, which is I guess what is it Imperium Maledictum does. If we're going to talk about some things, which is, hey, you have tier 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 level characters, and I'd rather them have broken it up that way. Hey, guess what? This is a tier 1 character. Guess what? You can play Dog Boy in this. This is a tier 2 character. This is a
I
tier
can
3
see
character.
that. I can see that.
If they did that, I think that it would have worked out better, because then you wouldn't have had everyone that's just, one person's a dragon and can do all this other stuff, and then the other person is just the dog boy, which is as soon as they're out of their armor, they just die. And that
or a city rat or an archaeologist or whatever hanging out with the glitter boy.
Yeah, well, the glitter boy isn't even my issue. My issue is, guess what? You're the Atlantean that has mega damage. You don't have to wear armor anymore. So it means when you walk into town, no one can really stop you if you want to go on a killing spree. Oh, because they aren't allowed to have mega damage weapons there. It's like, but the rest of the players, the other problem I had with it is, oh, well, this guy can do this, but if I use the same weapon, all the players are instant death, and that was the problem I had with it. Is again, I would have. It's not that you can't have them, but I would have preferred them to have a tier 1, a 2, 3, 4.
That's actually not a bad solution for that, because I ran a bunch of games, and there were times where players are like, they read everything and they're like, okay, I want to play this guy, but then when they're playing that character, the other characters around them were making them just feel either incredibly inadequate or like if they are not like hiding in the back like the old magic user, never doing anything except that one time, a game they'd come out and do something and then run back in hiding. Nobody wants that. It would be nice to have like, not a balanced thing, but some way to at least say, hey, look, the difference between one of these characters and one of these characters is so vast a difference. The like you said, tier 1 characters are going to feel inadequate 90% of the time.
Well,
yeah.
When we played in high school, like I really didn't fall into, like I didn't really understand the system all that well, but we always the game master insisted that we play on a theme.
Play what?
Prevent that. Play on a theme, like so we were all playing roughly the same. Like there was
like
no
coalition soldiers, or
like we played coalition, but like so you weren't all like a random mishmash of.
And I agree with that. I just wish that the because there's a game master section in this stuff. I wish that they had done that as a tier. Again, it's not that you can't do it, but it's very similar for games that have a wide power range.
Right.
Hey, look.
Even other games that aren't Palladium games can have that. Champions had it. Villains Vigilantes had it. Even
Vampire
Dragons had it. You've got a bunch of, for example, mixed class non-humans. Then you got a human magic user. He's just like, or a human thief. They're just feeling like, well, let the elf do it because he's a thief too, or a magic user too. That kind of, just disparity.
So I'm going to bring this up, and this was my personal opinion, a little bit
for D&D game design is you needed the multi-class characters when you didn't have a large party. Once you got once you had a party of about 8 characters, then usually you found out that the single class did much better because if they went down, they had a secondary person to help with it. So, to have 2 thieves, you didn't have that, or and so I think it's not that you don't want some of those in there. And I'm only getting on risk for this, but that is a good post-apocalyptic, example of a game. I'm trying to think of what some other ones are. Technically, Shadowrun's post-apocalyptic.
Yep.
So I think Cyberpunk is too, if you actually look at it.
Yeah, there was a nuclear war and
yeah,
all kinds of shit like that.
The question is, what level of post-apocalyptic do you want? Do you want post-apocalyptic to the point that all of civilization has collapsed, or post-apocalyptic that the old regimes have collapsed and now you're kind of balkanized, but people haven't fallen way back in technology?
It's funny how a lot of the games that do that are trying to put you in the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
Or something really, really primitive, feeling, as opposed to, just dropped you back, a century or two.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is, while we can say a century or two, if you actually look at it, is if you go back to 1800, you're going to suddenly find out that it's not. A lot of things change because of populations, not necessarily because the technology was so much greater. Yeah, there were some of them, but I hate saying this. If you look at the old flintlock and even the muzzle lock versus bow and arrows, the bow and arrow still outclassed the musket from a range standpoint and from a rate of fire standpoint, but it required a higher level of skill, which I think even in
skill and the flintlock and musket kind of negated a lot of armor.
That's true.
Yeah,
you're right.
Native Americans didn't really use a lot of armor,
but that's not the only places they were used. So, like, you're being Amerocentric with that kind of opinion.
Well, I'm going to bring this up. If you look at the word as bulletproof, it was because I used to fire a ball into armor, and I've seen plenty of them, and they would show where it had hit, and if it didn't go through, that was considered proof. That was proof of the quality of the armor. I even saw that, and that went up in the 1600s. But a lot of it also comes down to numbers. If you look at what was going on with the Spaniards, go look at what the Spaniards carried with them. Even though they had flintlocks and stuff, they also had crossbows with them and a few other things, because certain things will deal better, or assume that there's a lot of what happens in the 1700s, because you start getting populations large enough that you could field these massive armies where you couldn't do that part of it before. But you say it's part of the draw. That it's, when I say balance, is you want players to feel useful,
right? It's a fine line. As a GM, I don't mind having a bunch of different weird ass characters in the group. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll find stuff for them to do, but some players, get that grass is greener on the other side of the fence kind of mentality.
It's lazy thinking,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also conditioned with like poor education.
I'm going to mention this much whenever they talk about
or leveling.
Well,
I mean like poor, like grade school education, not in the book. I mean, like
what I'm referring to in balance is the fact that if you have a niche, you have a use in the party, and the other problem is can the group still be challenged? The problem is that most people view balance is I should have the ability to solo the same monsters that character X can that character Y can. That's not the definition of balance. Balance is that it's what you're playing is useful and productive within the group.
And that's why I question like actual education of people and not the game.
Hey, Dean.
And that's why I said tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. A perfect example is if you look at the difference between, and we're going to talk a little bit about this. Go look at the difference between Dark Heresy when you first start the game, and then when they go to Ascension, when all of a sudden you're at a much higher equivalent level. It's the same thing of throwing a first level character in with a group of 15th level in Palladium. You're like, why are you here with us? Because you're staying in the back and you just don't do anything, so we can all get experience, and you'll make it up levels that way. And that sounds okay, but man, that makes it kind of sucks as the players. Like, you just sit there, like it's like being the little brother that you have to sit in the back and then like just don't do anything and get into trouble.
Yeah.
Like, why am I playing?
Right, or even in like those games where everybody's like a teenager or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You still have those kids who like, kid characters, I should say. They can't fight at all. They're 11, but they've got that one thing that's going to come in handy in the story. So,
well, yeah, it's like because the kid character is like an easy rollover. Like, they can get stepped on a dragon a lot easier than an adult or whatever.
Well, I was thinking like in Stranger Things.
Yeah,
there's some characters in there that really don't bring almost anything to the story.
but they can be good at good distractions.
Or that one moment they do get to shine, because that's what your friend rolled up. Okay, well, a good GM is going to find something more than once every so many episodes for them to actually have anything to do with the story.
If you're a good player, it's not like you're not doing stuff. It's just you're not the glory hound of the moment,
or in the spotlight.
Yeah. But I hate saying this, is a lot of times I see stuff where they talk about that. It really comes down to, and see, the problem I have with Palladium is if you're an NBC being and the rest of the players are SDC, then guess what? The threat level for one versus the other, which means either you can have a TPK, I'll accept this one just to deal with that one character. And that's the problem I have with too much of it is if I play a Twilight 2000 character, that's fine. I might have slightly lower stats. I might have some other stuff, but the same danger is still the same danger. Someone pulls out a machine gun, everyone's like trying to hide for the hills.
When one mega damage can kill anybody in the party except that one guy, and he just shrugs it off like it's nothing. But one mega damage will freaking turn any other player character into a pile of ash.
And
that's because you got too many mega power. Like that's a problem with excessive power creep, right?
No. That the problem again comes down to having characters that aren't, quote, balanced. Is my point. It's what you want.
That happens when you release a new book and a new book and a new book and a new book. And every time you do
that was in the core. That was in the very.
Was it in the core of that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. There are a whole bunch of characters that start out with multiple mega damage, like hit points, right? But then there's a whole bunch of character classes that have hit points, and no matter how many hit points you have, unless it's like 101, and you get hit with one meg of damage, you are ash.
But again, this is my point of where if you have a tier 1, 2, 3, and 4, or 5, like I said, that's what Malus Maledictum and stuff is. Once you have that, where you can say, hey, you're about the same level, having everyone at a level 1 and then maybe allowing a 2 in there, that's not really breaking things. But to have a 1 and a 5, it's like having Superman and
Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah. Well, and Aunt May together. I'm sorry, but to put threat for one versus
Jimmy
the other,
Olsen is the Superman version of Aunt May.
Okay, but yeah. So I mean, that's what I'm referring to. It's like, all right,
yeah, but it's not that those characters like can't throw a coffee cup at the bad guy to get his attention and then run around. Well, you're mega, but still, it's like, yeah, if you're doing those kind of power levels in your world, like the scale is so skewed.
That's what I'm referring to. That's as I said, it's in balance. It's not a huge deal if you have a character that can't fight because they can still provide things. A perfect example is if you're playing Rift
I don't have to have a lot of guns if I am the medic. If I'm running around as the medic, and I'm not going to die from one shot because I wear decent armor or something, that's okay. But the problem is that everyone's looking at us, well, I should do the same damage. I should fight. No, there's a reason that we talk about niche protection. You find a niche, and that's one of the reasons whenever I try joining a group, what does the group need? If I don't, that's what it's like, what do you want to play? Like, no, we're building the game from the wrong basis.
Well, that's why I also don't like, and I hate to tell you this, Shadow, your game has become this a lot on Saturdays, Sundays. It's just combat. It's just combat, and if you
I
have
think
nothing,
last episode was
it's a lot of time in dungeons and stuff.
Well,
I don't
you're
mind.
in a.
How do I want to put this? Here's what I'm going to bring up, and this is. I'm sorry if I'm going to be critiquing you at this point, but I would. It's not that I don't mind combat. I don't want.
I don't mind it either. It's just it limits the opportunities for low combat characters.
I'm not even saying that. The problem I have with it is I don't want it to be 70% of the game.
Right. You missed last week. I don't think there was but one combat in the whole game, right?
Yeah, but the problem is that it's focusing all around on combat instead of doing things that we would like to do. As far as I mean, we don't have diplomatic missions. We don't have a lot of that other stuff that we're referring to.
Your whole mission was a covert, sneak mission, and the bits of combat were when you weren't successful in being sneaky. You guys
to be honest with you, the whole mission did not feel that way.
Yeah, it hasn't felt that way for the last since we've been playing. Is a lot more of it is, we we would like to have more interaction, more choices for that, more diplomatic missions. Even that's a lot less it's not that we didn't have chances for combat. We would like to be able to talk our way out of more combat is the point.
Well, when you're in a pyramid full of undead, there really isn't
exactly, and that's why it doesn't feel that way.
Right, like I said,
we understand that, but we feel like we're being railroaded into doing that instead of picking our own way.
That's entirely not the case. I gave you guys the opportunity to say, fuck it, leave him there and go on without him.
Okay, but if we're playing good characters, we feel like we're obligated. Just because you say you have the chance to leave him there, our point is that we shouldn't feel that way in the first place.
You've told us either fight a bunch of zombie demons for what's been like 6 months or whatever, or be evil.
That's not necessarily being evil.
Our point really being, again, is I know that you're trying. You've made it less of a sandbox and made it more of a railroad. Is our point, and we kind of wanted the sandbox so we could choose. Like, hey guys, believe it or not,
I gave you that exact opportunity. There was never anything about you would be. Hey, what's up, twin? That you would be evil if you decided to say screw it. I even told you the odds were very slim that you would succeed. It was you were up against.
Okay. You haven't let us do it our way, which would have been, hey, let's go over and find other people to help us go storm the island, which would have been a lot more role playing with other things in there, and said like, here, go over here. It trust me, it feels very railroady from our standpoint, and it also feels like it's focused way too much on combat rather than saying, all right, guess what? We would like to do this, or we'd like to do that. Again, I get kind of frustrated with the fact of like, where's my training time? Like, it's some of it is, if you're going to tell me that it's going to be a troop style game, come in, drop out, that's one. And then number two is it's going to be, hey, again, I play on a lot of times on Saturday mornings. Like today I didn't play because everyone's at a Games Expo. But when I do play on Saturday, we're just like, oh, okay, we're going to do this. And it's not that we don't have fights, but we do. But I hate saying it. Undead bore the hell out of me in many cases because they don't scare me. They're just like, ugh. That's how I want to phrase it. but they're great. They are great certain instances. But I would like to actually be able to form alliances and try figuring things out and move on from there.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
to be fair, there was literally no chance of that. If you had left at the time it would take to get anywhere, even back where you came from, to make any sort of alliance, the captain would have been turned into undead. The fact that I gave you guys,
and you realize
And
that's
that's why it's a railroad.
Yes.
no, you guys
Either-
could have left. You didn't have to.
And the captain would be dead. We have a
And?
choice of stay and rescue the captain,
Then you get a new
Or-
captain.
be evil by letting him die.
That wouldn't be
No.
evil.
You don't
That would
understand.
just
Is we feel morally
just-
compelled to do stuff rather than feel like we're masters of our
There
own
was
destiny.
no compulsion on my part whatsoever.
You may not have felt that way. We feel that way. Is our point.
Yeah.
And our point being
I
is
don't get
one
why.
thing to say. It's one
Because
thing.
You
you
To
didn't
don't
like
leave
the
people on the
situation, you
field,
should've-
man.
What? What?
well, you know what? If you hadn't used Undead and you just captured him, then guess what? He could have been just like everyone else that was trapped in the tower, where it's like, okay, it'll take time for you to build up an army large enough to assault the fortress so you can rescue him in the future.
Yeah.
Okay,
Undead are like the best. What are you talking about?
that's why Undead suck. They're boring. Except liches. Liches are kind of cool, but I want a lich I can actually negotiate with. That would be a cool lich. I mean, that's the what makes vampires so cool. It's not that they're cowards, but
Nothing.
they're super tough. It's the
Nothing.
fact that you can talk to them and you can reason with them, and they have their own motivations. They're actually interesting characters.
I disagree. I don't like anything about them. They're an abomination. They must be spiked.
Well, we can feel that way, but I actually like having the very similar. Can I negotiate with my enemy sometimes? And we can,
Yeah.
that's.
You
That's
have
why-
you would have no position of. You'd have to have a position of strength in order to negotiate.
Oh, wait a minute. Now you're understanding our issues.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but those are part of the things that that Justin and I are talking about. Is it's like, okay, but I would like to negotiate from a position. I would like to get enough strength so that I can negotiate from a position of strength. I would much rather say, those are the things that
Right.
come into this. Yeah. So
No,
Yeah.
he's
And
freaking out here.
like this is why I tried to warn you against having everyone make two characters at once.
I'll be a little bit different, which is you got a couple of things into it. One is new players, trying to give them multi-class. No offense, Raven. It confuses them because they're still trying to learn the basic roles. That hurts from that aspect.
Well, it would have been easier for her if there was only one character to learn.
And she's only run the one character for the last 5 episodes. So
Well, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
This is why BX does so well. If you play an elf, here's your elf powers.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'll never run
that's it.
BX nor play in it ever.
And so you're missing out because
I know I've played it. I hate it. I'll never do it.
Why do you hate it?
Because it goes against everything that I do like about non-humans. They should be better than humans. They are mostly intrinsically better right off the bat.
Why?
They are intrinsically better right off the bat if you play BX. That's
But
why they
not, I mean always.
why are they better? Because they are not divinely chosen. That's the whole point of being human.
But who gets to decide who's divinely chosen? Me or the players?
The gods.
Right. Again, that's me.
The cosmology of the game determines that.
Yeah.
The
and
players-
humans are,
Demi-humans.
I've been surrounded by them my whole life. I don't find them superior to something that can live thousands of years or hundreds of years and do all the things that they can do.
You mean like a tree? I mean, that's all you're trying to argue is.
Most trees are better than most people I know. Just saying.
Well,
This is
you
true.
need to find better people.
I'm including you.
I mean, most people I found are pretty good. It's the 2% of psychopaths that ruin everything.
I think
That would include you.
I think you got the percentages reversed, but okay.
No. Actually, if you actually look at it, it's the 2% of psychopaths. It's just like everything else. You notice that, just like in any game, again with players and everything else, the players are the exceptional. They're out of the norm. That's what makes them so great.
Whereas it's like, oh, it's this.
Raven's a girl twin. Just just to clarify.
Well, the problem is that they're not rare whenever everyone's playing everything. But actually, even the player characters are technically rare. Everyone's supposed to. Humans are 0 level. I mean, what's it says you're a veteran. I mean, people forget it. First level fighter, veteran. That's what it says. That means you've been at least on a campaign or a war. You're not just right off the farm, which is what everyone acts like. You've been through probably 4 years of actual combat or something like that. A few seasons. You've been the same thing with a magic user. You're no longer an apprentice. That's what people forget about. It's like, oh, okay. And guess what? You have the opportunity to be divinely inspired. And if you limited yourself to 14th level, which is actually pretty good, which is what Axe does, the level limits aren't a huge deal unless you're playing a halfling, which no one really expects halflings to go anywhere. So let's be honest.
Hey, leave the halflings alone.
Well, no, I mean, if you look at it, an elf is pretty damn good. They outclass the magic users in most cases. They just can't reach the same pinnacles of power.
Which to me is retarded. It should be the other way around.
Why?
Because it seems to me that elves came first, not humans.
Yes, but they weren't trying. So what? You know what?
So they made
came before a 45. Guess which is better? The 45.
My point is that elves would have discovered magic and codified it and turned it into the schools and things that it is, not and mastered it.
Why?
Because
why would they?
Because they're older.
So what? There are many older cultures on Earth that didn't strive to the same as others just because.
Well. Here's the other part.
See, here's the thing, Justin. There are within the rules, there are multiple magic items that could only be made by certain level spells, but yet elves are never allowed to have those spells.
So
how'd they make them?
They didn't. They stole them.
Let's see.
It clearly says they did.
Then maybe their society has lost those abilities over time. That's the thing about most elves out through history is that they are.
But there are also other stories where it's the opposite.
There's a lot in modern fantasy with elves that the lion's strive of their mystique in modern fantasy is that they are a dying people.
Well,
from Tolkien to the Forgotten Realms to Warhammer, everywhere they're a dying people.
I'm going to bring up one other thing. You're trying to equate spells to make magic items. That isn't what's required to make magic items.
Not always.
Rituals. It's rituals that are required to make those things.
No, it's the enchant item spell followed up by a permanency to make it permanent.
But you don't have to have that. That's the problem. Is now you're creating a spell instead of a ritual. If you create a ritual,
there were no rules for "quote unquote" rituals in AD&D, and that's what I'm going by, obviously. And even Tolkien, there were no human magic users except that's right, none. The only actual magic users besides the elves were the wizards who weren't actually humans. They were mystical beings, came down to Earth from the equivalent of heaven in the guise of humans. And the Tolkien elves.
There were no magic users amongst the humans. We just never see them.
They're never mentioned.
Exactly, but it doesn't say there weren't any.
Right, but I can infer that either way. A glass half full, a glass half empty. Yes. I'm going to go with there's no examples, therefore, but there are plenty of examples of magic users that aren't human.
Are there? What magic do we actually ever see the elves do in Lord of the Rings?
Helping create the rings of power.
That's not necessarily a spell. There's lots of stories of where people talk about
it's magic.
It's magic. Yeah, but there's magic all over for that.
Not to mention the like the elven cloak, the elven boots, and the rope of climbing, magic items, clearly magic items, only made by the elves.
Rope of
And
climbing made by elves.
you could say it's because they were made out of
rope,
special ingredients. The rope that was given to Sam that magically, came down when he needed it to come down. The glass, full of light, things like that.
See, so you're chanting items; those aren't necessarily spells. And the other thing is, if you look at BX,
in D&D, there's no other way other than having your god do it for you.
Well, in BX, you can make magic items, but there's no spell for it.
George?
That's the whole point. Is you're trying to say that they have to have spells for it. There are no spells within BX.
But BX came after AD&D and
4 years later
simplified that stuff so that there would be no more of that.
Yeah,
we made it more ambiguous. In AD&D, there were very specific procedures to create anything. In BX,
they weren't that specific.
Sort of like erased all that and said it's up to your DM.
I read it. Yeah, I've read it, a lot of it, and a lot of it is guess what? It's 4 years of improvements on AD&D. AD&D was a bloated mess.
Most role-playing games are bloated messes.
Well, especially once if you have, let's be honest, if you have 800 pages of, well, actually, I know it's a little bit different, but when you have all that stuff, I was reading the stuff from Gygax, and he was saying, don't let the players get this. Don't let the players get that.
Mm-hmm. But he also didn't want anybody playing anything but human fighters and wizards. So.
Except that's not, his father said that wasn't true. Now, that's, people have a lot of different things in there.
I mean, his son said that's not true.
Yeah. His father.
No. His father rose from the grave and said it wasn't true.
Yeah, but I mean, his son was talking.
And that's where the lich comes from.
But if you look at a lot of the stuff for them, it was like, look, this isn't something you do in your adventuring time that you just cast a spell with. It's like, oh, go look. I mean, when you read in like how they talk about crafting spells or magic items, and in many cases, the magic items have abilities that aren't even a spell, which is interesting. You're like, okay, what's required to do this? Because I've reread it.
Right, and in BX it says it's whatever the DM says.
Yeah,
which
I don't have to be handheld all the time and telling me how to do stuff. The other problem with this is when you look at BX,
but you're acting as if the players would never get a hold of the DMG and not want to find out exactly what they had to do to make those things. If you're running a wizard, you're going to want to make magic items. That's just a given.
Yeah, and as a wizard, you should be randomly trying things to make magic items, and most of the time they should.
But there should be at least a bare minimum of, helping the DM. As opposed to, oh, you're third level and you want to make a magic sword. No, you can't do it. But in BX, you could. If the DM said you can. I mean, obviously, if the DM says you can do anything.
But that's why fetch quests exist. Fetch quests are evil, but that's why they exist.
Right, well, I mean, and that is part of the AD&D system. Is you are going to have to get these special ingredients, but at a certain point, you can start at least trying to do these things, but not before, and obviously after. It should be considered part of your regular not daily thing, but part of your career. You get to be 7th or 11th level magic user. You're going to be making potions and scrolls because you'd be dumb not to.
Well, no. Here's the reality: is you don't have the money to make them. Is the problem? If you actually look at
not before those levels, but that's not entirely true. Would if you came across a book with the recipe and you happen to have 5 out of the 6 ingredients already, you already picked them up, and now you've got the recipes. Like, well, we just go on this one fetch quest and I can start making these potions.
Have you looked at how much the actual cost is for stuff? It's almost gets you the equivalent of a level to get the basic items, let alone the scrolls.
It depends on which thing, but maybe in some cases.
It's 500 gold pieces per spell level. That's if you get like 5 or 6 spells, that's enough for an entire level. That's but yeah, I mean, those are a lot of things that whenever I start looking into, it's like, oh, okay, I'm not saying that it doesn't do it, but your complaint really comes down to, like Gygax would say, oh, for this, the player characters can't make it. Which, again, I don't agree with him on that either. But, when I look at the differences between the two, and to be honest, that's why I like Axe for a lot of it, is they've simplified a lot of the book. They've also made the spells more useful. They've made a lot like, oh, great, I can do this. Yay. And then BX, and a lot of times spells can do two things. You can choose it to do this.
Well, for me, it's one of the reasons why you keep your magic user alive. Not just because he can throw a fireball and a lightning bolt every once in a while, but at a certain point when he builds his tower, you're going to be coming to him saying, "Hey, we're going into this thing. We need some of these or that. Can you hook us up?" And he can. And instead of, having to go on 50 fetch quests that delay you from actually going on the actual thing that's, kind of urgent. He can just go, okay, well, you know what? Maybe I can't do all of that, but I can, whip up a couple of scrolls so that your other magic users, are more useful. Or maybe I'll hook you up with a couple of rings with a couple of spells on them, and at the very least, in an emergency, you can just teleport your ass back here.
Yeah, but there's nothing in BX stopping you from doing that either. It's the problem that I have with so much.
Well, yeah, there's nothing stopping you, but you and I both know most DMs are just going to go veto no.
Well,
I've yet to meet a DM that would let anybody I know ever do any of that, ever.
And see, to me, then the question is, well, then why am I playing anymore?
Yeah, that's the problem when you have games that last several years.
No, I was in a game.
Let me finish the statement. Okay. That's what happens. Like a lot of times, DMs are in either games that last a long time, so they get into that mentality, or like you're saying, a shorter game, and you become afraid of power creep because if you give your players the things they've earned, that makes them powerful enough to stop things that you haven't thought of yet.
I've never had that
start. Well, it's like the mentality I've seen when watching a lot of people talk about this stuff about keeping things. And no, it's not just in 5e. It's from all editions of D&D. It's a mentality back from when the game fucking came out. It's.
Well, see, I'm looking at a little bit different ones, which is, can you do this? And the answer is yes.
If you can do a thing, you should be able to do it.
It says magical research. An elf of any level may spend time and money on magical research. This allows them to add new spells to their spellbook and research other magical effects. When an elf reaches 9th level, they're also able to create magic items. I'm like, okay, so the elf only has to get up to 9th level to make a magic item. Okay, now it's up to the other part is, if you want to keep your players motivated, making magic items is the way to keep them motivated. You're either doing that or you're getting them to chase down magic items in many cases. No, I'm not going to say that. Is you're saying chasing balance. You don't, again, Law Dog, you misunderstand what I say about balance. Balance is being useful. That's what balance is. Yeah.
It's not having similar abilities to the other players in the world around you.
It means that you're in a niche, that when you're playing something, you're actually going to be useful to the group. And that's what class balance is, which what we're really talking about. Because you aren't going to have level balance, because a level 1 should not be as good as a level 10. I don't think anyone's arguing about that. But if you're talking about class balance, that's why you have niche protection.
That's why I really don't like it when if I have a character die in a game and I create a new character to join the party to still be playing with my friends at the table.
Yeah.
The game master starts leveling me up faster. Because don't do that.
Well, I mean, I suppose it depends on the game, because some games inadvertently would do that.
Yeah, but there are some DMs that will be like, oh, well, the rest of the party's level 10, so I'm gonna just give you like 3 or 4 extra levels to start with, and it's like, and then you'll be like, It took you like
5
3-4
sessions to
weeks
catch up.
or whatever to where
I've
it's just
totally
taking
seen that.
you.
That's
Like, yeah, it should maybe be a little faster because you're dealing with more challenging things with what you're going on, but it shouldn't be radically faster.
right. I've
So-
literally seen it by the book, where a first level character caught up with a 10th level party, in 5, 6, 8 sessions, but it took the original group like a year to get there.
So here's two things to remember, and this is the important part, which everyone forgets about bards when they look at them. The length of time it takes an 8th level character to go to 9th level is the same that it took them to go from 1st through 8th level. And that was intentional in the fact that it was allowed the 9th level not to sit around as much. Like, okay, I'll take some bigger stuff. We'll take on a couple of bigger monsters. We'll get bigger treasure, and you can level more quickly. At the point that then we can start to, and that's the way the game was kind of intended.
Yeah, it would be better to just give them, a character that's a couple of levels below the group.
Justin just said he didn't like that, right?
I have no problem being that like immature rookie guy getting hired on as a spare hand,
as opposed to starting out at first with a 10th level party, right?
No, not instead of. Exactly. I'd rather that happen. I'd rather be that green guy on the team. It's like, oh, Billy just died. We need someone to fill out Billy's role. Well, we can't find an experienced person, so we'll just put a fucking thing on the corkboard in town and see who shows up for it. And you got the guy green off the field or whatever.
Well, this is why I liked about. Well, the other part is, guess what? If you're 10th level, you can take you can take these characters into a 4th level dungeon. Boom, they can do this very quickly. Well, you're talking about some of that, but I'm just saying that. Guess what? If you're in 4th level and you get treasure, how much is? Hey guys, we got 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold doesn't mean anything to the rest of the party, but that's a level for
or 4.
Well, no, you only have to go 1 level up per. So
right,
it's like, oh, okay, boom. All right,
yeah.
Next time you go in the dungeon, you're gonna move up pretty quickly, at least up to 4th level. Once you're at 4th level, guess what? You don't instantly die in most cases.
What's up, Doc? I sent you the link.
So I mean, when we're discussing some of these things, I do like, and this is where Axe comes into it. You can bank experience points. Guess what you do is you say, oh, okay, I'm going to take a XP loss, and then I'm going to bank a certain number of experience points. So if I got 10,000 experience points, for example, I say I want to bank 1,000 of that. Well, they say, okay, guess what? But you also lose 10%, so you only bank 900 of that. So now your current character only gets 9,000, but it's banked 900. So when you make another character, guess what? They can get.
So it's metagaming. Like that's metagaming. I fucking hate metagaming.
Yeah,
metagaming is not playing the game.
The second
you start metagaming, you stop playing the game.
No, you are playing a game if you're metagaming. I mean, to be fair, you are playing. What you're doing is not role playing. It's not role playing. You are gaming. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the game is role playing. So if you're metagaming, you stop role playing. Thus, you stop playing the game.
Yeah, it's like playing two different games.
Metagaming is playing the game in Monopoly, or fucking
Metagaming. No,
it's not.
Metagaming,
the second you put that RP in there, it's no longer that type of game.
Well, no, it's because the problem is you have both. You have both the gaming side and you have the role playing side. And that's what a role-playing game is. Otherwise, you don't have to call it a game. I mean, that's because you are still...
No, because there are still structured rules. But the second you're using those rules to break the purpose of the game, you might as well just, start putting chess pieces on the Monopoly board.
Yeah, but if you actually look at, again, since this was from a tactical war game in the beginning...
Yes, but we're not playing a tactical war game.
Yes,
doesn't matter what it used to be.
Yeah, you've always played a tactical.
The first hour saying you didn't want to play nothing but war game.
I want both. You were missing that. That's why I said you're acting like it's a. You don't do. I want both aspects in there. That's the part. That's the point of playing a role playing game. I have the game aspect and I have the role playing aspect, and you merge them together. It's like having ice cream cake. You have cake and ice cream.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was saying. You're playing Holman's trying to play 2 games at once, and Justin wants to play just one.
Well, and then the other
Well,
thing.
I don't I don't like hot sauce in my ice cream cake.
Oh well, then you
It's
wouldn't
like-
like. I sometimes don't mind chili in my my ice cream, but
Well,
This also
you
guy
know
doesn't
what I
like
mean,
chocolate, so
and you're
I
being
don't know.
obtuse.
no. But again, the whole thing of when you're starting to do this is well, that's why you're supposed to have. That's why you're supposed to have henchmen, and you're supposed to get stuff like that in there as well. Which is guess what? Your character dies. Go play your henchman, and that's what was supposed to be being leveled up. And then your henchman will get a henchman, and then you're supposed to go from that aspect. And it's like, oh, okay. That's how you're supposed to flesh out the game aspect for it. Unfortunately, once you start playing a domain level, you're starting to play in a whole different realm.
And it's definitely less role play when you get into domain play.
Well, there are ways to do it, but
Sure, but it is domain play is almost literally going back into the most wargaming aspects of the game.
I'm going to disagree with you on that because a lot of times you're dealing with alliances and stuff, but you're not going into your combat. You're not going into your tactical combat anymore. It's either going to be mass combat.
No,
or
it's more tactical on a grander scale.
That's not a tactical game. That's not tactical. That's mass combat is not tactical.
It's more, you want to play it more in the way of intrigue. There was a conversation I had with Mr. Max over on his channel about a month ago. You might want to watch to talk about domain play. We got into some really good concepts.
Who's show?
Mr. Max.
That's what I thought. You said.
But here's the point of when you go to domain play, guess what becomes more important? Your diplomacy. Not the fact that you can wield your sword. It's your diplomacy starts mattering more. So
right, diplomacy is a game of tactics and strategy.
Mm-hmm.
No. Diplomacy is that's your role playing aspect because no one really cares about the going into the dungeon and fighting the orcs. It doesn't matter if you have all that.
It's about how many troops are on your northern, western, eastern, southern sides of you, and who's in charge of those. It's more of a geopolitical game of strategy.
Yeah, but again, that's mostly role playing. I don't have to send my armies out everywhere. Then you're starting to make alliances. That's where you marry off your daughters. That's why you go marry the king over here. This is where you start saying.
But you're making those decisions based on the factors around you, and those factors are quite often military factors. Do I have an alliance here? No. Okay, I want to make one. Why? Because if I don't, they're just going to come in and take my stuff.
Yes, but you don't have to go into war, and you're trying to avoid war, ideally.
But that's still tactics.
Your strategy is the level above tactics. Tactics is what you do when you're doing your that's your first through 6th level characters in most cases. Those are your tactics. Once you get out there, guess what? Your king doesn't need to go wander in a dungeon anymore. That's
sure.
In fact, a lot of those.
He orders someone else to do it for him, right? But it's still a game of strategy. It's still more war gaming, even if you're trying to avoid going to war. It's the only other way I can, with my limited vocabulary, describe what's really going on. You are more of a war game or a board gaming situation. Yes, you can do all kinds of role playing to get these things done, but your brain is still calculating odds and factors and possibilities versus thinking about doing the actual role playing. Oh, hold on.
Well, no, see, I'm thinking exact opposite. That's all you're doing is mostly role playing because you're trying to keep people happy and you're trying to keep them in there because you're not trying to go to war.
Are you, or are you just trying to keep your stuff?
Well,
you know what I mean. As a player,
as a player,
if you lose
I don't. As a player, so what if I lose my +3 sword? That's not where my strength comes from.
I'm talking about like literally everything, including that.
Yeah, your reputation matters more. Your honor matters more. Your family matters more. It's the you see. You're trying to look at it as purely no. I have to keep the Baron happy, otherwise he might not do this. I have to make sure I censor. you can send out certain things, but you're so far above it at that point. Now you're role playing the political intrigue. It's like if you're playing more vampire than you are trying to play at your hack and slash D&D first level character game.
If you are playing the king of the realm, right, you've gotten up to domain level and you've got a holding. Your sword has either been passed on to your son, who's off doing his thing and adventuring in dungeons and occasionally coming back for feast and telling you, "Hey, cool story, Dad. I killed an orc," or it's hanging on the mantle, and periodically you look over at it and tell a story about the time you killed an orc with it.
Certainly,
it's not a thing you care about. And maybe you're having financial trouble and you have to sell it to pay for the city guard.
It's like how often you can go out. It's like, okay, maybe you will if you saddle up. Yes, you can have the big battle, but the big battles are few and far between because you're trying to prevent everything. But again, hey, guess what? I have to go around and bring the barons in. Now I have to go do this. What's the palace intrigue? That's the part of the main level play that everyone seems to forget about. That's the role playing aspect.
That's one of the things we talked about on that show. I sent the URL to Shadow on Discord. I'll send it to you if you wanted to.
Thanks.
But we were talking about like all the players being different members of the court, instead of like who they would be in an adventuring party. And occasionally you would deal with things, but it would be done through messengers and court intrigue, like you were saying, and not through deciding to go out dungeon crawling in your 80s.
well, a perfect example is if any of you guys watched, what was it, the first season of Game of Thrones, where Robert Baratheon's talking about, God, I miss the days when I could actually go out and fight. I hate doing all the stuff being a kid.
We actually used the example of like how would you do assassinations? Well, maybe every 5th session you roll on a chart. Am I doing something stupid like going on a boar hunt while pissed drunk?
Wait a minute.
Is there any other way?
Wait a minute. They didn't water down his. Remember, they gave him stronger drink that time than normal.
It was an assassination through stupidity of his own action.
Oh yeah, and everyone's held blameless because, well, that's what he liked to do, and how could you tell him no? But those are things that come into it. The other thing is keeping the gods appeased and things like that. So it's like there's a reason that everyone had different characters, because if you actually look at it, is each of the different classes would build a different part of the town. You're going to build the stronghold.
You could do that.
Yeah, guys, I always get those words mixed up.
Priest. You're going to build the
strategy and tactics.
Yeah. Well, and there's a third level which is called operational. But that's what I'm trying to. But again, that's why when I say tacticals, that's you're worried about your individuals. Once you get in strategy, you're worried about your units and how they do usually. And
I think I disclaimed at the beginning of the show I was never in the military. So just saying.
Yeah.
Well, there are ways to do hand-on adventures, even with more or less sedentary characters, or like a lot of the Conan and the Cull stories, for example, are set when they're kings. And things come up that they have to deal with in person, although a lot of it is court-based as well.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it is that they always lament on how they missed their days of before they became kings. And the great thing is, as much as we talk about this, is in certain cases, is you can literally have, when we talk about multiple characters, when you quote retire your character, you can still do that domain level like once a month or so with those characters. And then the other sessions, you're going back and playing the lower level guys that are actually doing the crap.
To be honest, Holman, I've only met like 1 or 2 DMs that can handle anything past 10th level in any game, period. Doesn't matter the genre, the rule system, etc. They're stuck in that, 1st to 7th level. After that, the party has become too powerful for them to handle the challenge.
But here's the problem: the players want to still act like they're first through third level characters. Once you're at
it's
that
because
level,
they're still doing.
Well,
They're still
because they've
doing the
also
things they were doing
been,
when they were in their 20s, when they're like 35.
and they've also been trained by bad DMs to think that that's all there is.
Yeah.
well. To be fair, some of them that's all they want to do. But then the other points, like Justin's mentioning, you got to age them through. You can't just simply, that's the problem that I have with too often.
Well, that's one of the things that like I keep mentioning. Like when I said, Omanal wants to train. Well, instead of having us train during the off time, have us role play training. I've said that to you several times because that encourages aspects of the game that aren't just adventuring, and because the thing that makes players being conditioned by those bad DMs is because those DMs are always having them only play things in adventure and not the life of the character.
Well, I want
To
to mention
be honest, though, a lot of that shit bores the hell out of me.
Well,
it's because you've done it wrong.
Well, I'm going to bring this up. He's mentioned that what I like in this, whether it's the Conan RPG and even 5e has it. You have your carousing tables. This is what happens between adventures. You're suddenly supposed to skip.
That's.
It doesn't have to be an hour or even a half hour of the game. It's 15 minutes here or there.
Yeah, it's supposed to jump through time. It's like, what happened last season? I mean, even stuff like whenever.
But Justin's actually talking about living through that.
But I'm saying, don't have it be like an entire session. Have it be 15, max 20 minutes of the session. Mm-hmm. Like going to the tavern, telling a few jokes with the other players, getting into a bar fight. You trained. Okay, I fenced with my character, fenced with Omanal's character. That's the training session.
Well, he's talking about like a training montage, which is actually kind of cool.
That's the thing that I brought that up a lot in the thing I sent Shadow, and I'll send it to you, Omanal, if you want.
But I'm looking at this as for the Conan in the back. They have carousing tables, and you roll them, and it gives you. And 5e has something very similar in the Dungeon Master Guide.
It's another way to fast forward things, but just add a little bit in. Justin, I think, is talking about not doing that at all.
Well,
so much.
You should like take a brief moment to say it, so you actually know it as the player that your character did that. Experience it for a moment.
I'm going to bring this up, which is, as much as you talk about, oh my God, we read Colon Exiles, and also we went to Shadow Empire, and look at all the stuff that happened in between. Yes, but what's even greater is let's look at the thing with Belith or whatever it was. How did you get on there? It's like, well, you were you did acts, and guess what? You were in jail, and you were in front of a judge, and you played that part with the judge, and then when you let out the stage,
you're breaking up really bad.
No, but I'm saying, but if you read Queen of the, what was the one by the one with Belith? Queen of the Coast. Anyway, how does he get on the ship? He gets on the ship because he was in jail, and he went in front of the judge, and he killed the judge, and he ran for it, and he just made it by the skin of his teeth onto the ship. Well, guess what? There's the start of your, and even if you read Queen of the Coast, how many months was he on that ship? He was on there for several months. It was just one thing.
Like add things like I remember doing a two consecutive sessions where all it was getting a big treasure haul back to the town and all kinds of crap coming up. Because they killed the dragon, and it was like, well, you can't fit this in your pack, so what are you going to do? So they sent somebody back to get wagons and bags and some teamsters, and everybody's like, hey, these assholes were asking around about a dragon a couple weeks ago, and now all of a sudden they want all this gear. So now every bandit and mercenary is after them. Mm-hmm. And by the time they do get back, the Lord and his trustiest checker is there, waiting for them for their cut and stuff. And that was just, it went on for 2 whole sessions. And it was some of the best games we played.
Hey, Doc.
Dealing with this stuff.
Do you remember that there was a in one of the did you ever read Dragon Magazine?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, back in the day.
Do you remember that there was a story that they had in there
where a giant comes in and kills the dragon and just leaves it there, and they just had this big stinking rotting mass, and he doesn't know what to do with it. And the guy's like,
That
"So what I
sounds familiar.
and what he says, what I decided to do is he decided to start cutting it up and selling it as dragon steaks."
I
And
remember
so,
that one.
yeah, I mean, if you read stuff like that, and that's the kind of stuff you want the players to like. Could you imagine if you're a king and like, hey, look, Smog's under the water. He keeps on doing this gas. We need to do something about him. What are you going to do about it? And all of a sudden, and players, as much as they still look at stats, and they're like, well, the morale of the town has gone down by 1. They're like, well, what do I have to do to get it back up by 1? You have to move that stinking dragon out of the water. And they're like, you son of a bitch. Like, all right, what do we have to do for that? And the players will have fun doing that crap. Like, well, how do we get rid of it? But that's kind of, everyone wants to look at things of, fighting. And don't get me wrong, fighting does break up some of the stuff, but I don't really want to fight more than a quarter of any session from total battles. To me, if it's a 4-hour session, there should be no more than 1 hour of total fighting. But I want the rest to think of it. But I want the other stuff which comes into like, well, what can we do with it? Or the other part is, well, we got the dragon. Well, let's go take some scales from it. Well, let's go make some dragon scale armor. Oh, well, what do we have to do? Well, only dwarves know how to make dwarven scale armor. Well, okay. Well, go up and talk to the dwarves and see if you can get one that will know how to do this. Now you have to go up to Dwarven King, and he's doing his stuff. And he goes, yeah, but guess what I want? I want some really good ale. Where are you going to get that? And you're like, oh, geez. And so now and I know you're talking about fetch prep, but now you have to go deal with all this stuff and thinking, God, it was just so much easier when I was 3rd level and I could kill an orc and I could just leave him in the dungeon and no one cared.
And a lot of it is for getting the players interested. For instance, you kill a dragon, that dragon's body might be worth more than its hoard to the right people.
Yeah. And then there's the story.
I would, yes.
To the right people.
Right, and depending on the age, a baby dragon ain't going to be worth, it's going to be worth a lot, but
but here's
my hordes tend to be pretty good.
Well, but see, if I put in my horde and there's no magic items in my horde, guess where the magic is? The magic's in the dragon's bones. Now that's where the real treasure is. If you want magic, now if you just want treasure, then take the gold. But most of them are like, oh, I can get dragon scale armor. Well, if that's the only you can get dragon scale armor by killing a dragon, and you can get a few of it, and then oh, okay. Well, what about the dragon's teeth? Well, if you take the dragon's teeth and you throw them in the ground, they'll form dragon warriors. You're like, oh, well, that's kind of cool. Taking that from Jason the Argonaut.
Yeah, I like it to be a mix. The dragon itself is part of the treasure, but its treasure isn't going to be just like Smog's, depending on the dragon. If the dragon is like a spell casting, speaking dragon, as opposed to just a big reptile that breathes fire, it's going to have its actual best stuff like hidden. You're going to walk into the room. Sure, there's piles of gold and crap like that, like the cartoon, but his good stuff, you might have to search for weeks or months to eventually, find the really good stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
helpful in running these games is timekeeping.
Yes.
Depending on how you deal with it, like off time periods, you're probably only going on an adventure or two a year, realistically. Mm-hmm. You're probably only going out on these expeditions fairly infrequently. Most of your time is doing other stuff. And if you keep careful track of like what you're doing, okay, you guys are training now, then it's much easier for the players to get into the headspace if there's other stuff going on besides just dungeon crawling. The way the players look at it is going to be a huge amount of how the campaign goes.
Yeah, and we usually only play for about 2 hours a week, right?
Yeah.
For 3, but we only play for about
2.5 to 3. Well, here's the other part. I'm going to bring up one other point here. It's whenever we're talking about this. By having 1 or 2 adventures per year, it allows you to change the times. And now players, as much as people talk about sessions, if your number of sessions are coming in, but let's assume that you have every month you have an adventure theoretically. If you're looking at that, but you only have 2 adventures per year, guess what? That's a period of about 24 years or so, or
that's anywhere from 12.
I think it also depends on what you consider an adventure. The typical going into a dungeon, yeah, that should be like pretty rare. It shouldn't be like, because I've been in them. We've all been in those games where it's one dungeon after another, after another, after
I
another.
use them very sparingly. You might run
Right.
into 2 or 3 in a
For,
campaign.
for me, normally a dungeon might only actually be like 5, 6 rooms, but they're kind of there's a bunch of hallways in between them, or tunnels, or things like that, and or maybe it's literally just the dungeon under a castle or something like that, as opposed to
Yeah.
this giant underground complex that would have never
It's more
existed in
about how
reality.
you use the space than how much space there is.
Yeah.
Well,
For example, with like a video games, you look at Grand Theft Auto 3. That was a tiny, tiny map, but it felt big because every piece was used very well, and there was a lot to do, and things took time. And it's the same thing with making RPG map. It's use the space well, and you don't need a lot of it.
I'm going to bring up the other part too. Is if you're doing your adventures infrequently, and the other problem I have with it is, again, that's where we're going to go. You don't have to have everything connected. Guess what? You won. Congratulations, guys. Now we're going to have your downtime. Let players enjoy their successes instead of making it, the cliffhanger at the end of every adventure. That sometimes the breeders that makes the adventure more interesting is like, oh, this actually
Well,
happened.
also, what constitutes an adventure? Like in the game I'm running, just going across the ocean is an adventure. Even if nothing happens, that's an adventure. The average person doesn't do that.
Not in your world, though. In your world, that is a normalized thing.
It's not so much normalized as it's more just of a necessity because there isn't that much land.
That's normal.
But it's not normal for the average person. Still per capita, for those of you who actually know what that means.
I don't think you know what that means.
This is what I'm going to say.
The majority of the population doesn't do that.
Well, but here's my point for it is we should have retaken back the ship. You didn't have to take more people off of it. That could have just ended right there for the adventure. Great. Now we can train. Now we can go on, and then you can say, all right, guys, what things would you like to do? We can go hit a couple of towns. And then maybe, hey, look, one thing. Okay, now we can replenish the stocks, replenish some other things. We can use some of that gold that we got from your couple of adventures. But instead, what did you do? You immediately said, oh, they took the captain, and now they took some of the other crew and put them on the ship. And went,
I tried to tell you, like I was trying to say in the moment, we should stay here for a bit, but
Hey, what's up?
but I mean, those are the things that are kind of you don't have to lead on to the next immediate adventures are a point for this. And
that was happening that session.
Is it needs to have a clear definition of clear end and everything else. That's great. That's what I was looking for as an adventure. An adventure doesn't have to be 12 sessions long. Is what it starts to come out to be.
When did we start? We started
going, and like, oh well, now you found this thread. Now you got to keep going. And I'm not disagreeing with Law Dog on certain things. So the point being for me is it's contained enough that you can say, okay, this part's over, and then you let the players have some time and breathing room in between. And you can't just have it. Oh well, now you're gonna do this, and now you're gonna do this, and now you're gonna do this, and now you're gonna do this.
When did we start this game? We started it at the beginning of the year, right?
Yeah.
I want to say in January, maybe.
Yeah, so it's been almost
we did have like almost a month where we didn't do anything. Like 3 or 4 sessions we did miss.
And like Law Dog says for some of it. Well,
so it's been 5 months of doing basically the same thing.
Yeah, that's our look, item mine to find the island. Okay, we did that. Hey, guess what? We found this. All right, we found this. Oh well, they captured the ship. Okay. As soon as we took the ship back, that should have been the end of the adventure. Congratulations, you've taken the ship back.
Who's writing this game? You or me?
The players
we
are writing the game. That's the point.
all of us should be
Yeah,
writing
I
this
can't
game.
cater to just one guy. Sorry, dude.
But you're not, because there's at least 2 of us here that are saying the same thing.
Yeah, and
Right.
you haven't
but
asked.
there's
Have you asked
also,
the other?
you know,
Have you asked the other 4? You know, they're. You know, that's what's. You know, that's what some of it comes down to is you could have just stopped it right there after we took the ship back. Congratulations, you had a good finale. Now you can go up your level. Now you can recover. Now you can rest. Like,
But instead of ending the session there, you wanted to keep it going for another 40 minutes.
what do you mean?
Well, that was one of the nights that we played until 1 a.m. And that moment was at like 11:20 or something like
What
that.
moment?
The we taking the ship back.
yeah, but my point being is that would have been a perfect time to end the adventure because it has everything that you need for it. It has the
Yeah,
comfort,
but
it has
sometimes, you know, things don't go the way you want. You know, the bad guys had uh, their own agenda. They wanted the ship for a very specific reason.
Yes, but we had taken it back.
That's the point being is that's when the adventure should have ended. That's when there should have been downtime. That's where we shouldn't have felt of trying to go force to do another thing afterwards. That's my point. Is that you need to learn when to say, okay, this adventure's over, and now we're going to replenish and restock because we lost a lot of people there and everything else. Let's go back in. Like, okay, and say, well, you know, there are a couple things that, you know, that's what we're trying to say. If there's a certain point where to end it, that keeps going and going and going, where it feels like you have.
Because sometimes life does that, though, guys. I mean,
Yes, but it's
We're talking about a game.
sometimes you need to take a breath too. Sometimes there
Yeah.
are low points in life as well.
And you know, you have to understand for D&D, one of the important parts is not getting the treasure; it's getting the level. You know, it's much
No, you got. I'm gonna say this. Oh, now you gotta stop obsessing over your fucking levels. It's annoying.
Hey, well, you know what? There's a point for that too, which is
yeah,
otherwise.
because player characters shouldn't be thinking about that in that sort of way. They don't know what that means.
well, they are
Their
thinking
motivation should be to get the things done. Like, you know, you guys chose to rescue the captain. That was that
Yeah.
required certain things
That's
to
a
happen
player
to do.
goal, not stats on a sheet.
Right. Their goal was to get their captain back once they decided that that's what they wanted to do. They could have, you know, said, fuck it, leave the captain. We can't,
Yes.
we are not capable of rescuing him. Let's take the ship, sail away, and while we're doing that, we can get our training done.
Yes, but like we're saying, if you hadn't been, and you've done this a few other times, like the mouth of the cave, if you hadn't been pushing us to the next thing right in the moment, we probably would have done that. We probably would have left the captain. But we were being pushed in that moment to go after him by you, by several of the other players that weren't really thinking about what was going on, even though more than 3 of us at the time were saying, let's wait here.
I don't know which.
Okay, to be fair on some of this, I did chase it down. My point really was is that you didn't have to capture anyone. We could have retaken the ship. The adventure ends, and then you just okay. I'm going to forget the next adventure. That would have allowed us to have our downtime, replenish the number of sailors on the ship,
Well,
allow us to do all of the other stuff that comes down to it's like, hey guys, guess what? Now you can go buy some stuff. Now you can go look at some things. Go learn about the world. Do the role playing aspect, and then we have our downtime. Again, like Doc was saying, we can do 20 or 30 minutes or things like that. Or, you know, okay, great, we can do all that. All right, now we can feel rested and relaxed. And now it's like, okay, I'm gonna go out on the next one. Hey guys, have you heard about this new treasure? I hear it's full of undead, but there's this pyramid on this island. Yeah, okay, that sounds good for us too. You know,
Yeah, that doesn't. That sounds like every other game.
is that so wrong?
It just sounds like every other game. I was trying to impart a sense of urgency for reasons that hopefully you guys would piece together with the clues that I've dropped and try to figure out the bigger picture.
There's a bigger picture.
There's
Well,
a bigger picture.
I mean, but you can add little bits and pieces over time there.
No, because once it had you left right then and there, you'd have probably never seen that island again. There'd be no reason.
You don't know that. You don't know us going to
Well-
the next island over doesn't cause us to come back here.
Yeah,
Maybe we get over to the next island and through role play we talk about feeling bad about leaving the captain and choose to go back.
Or no, you could have left the captain there. You could have had Meriwether say,
Yeah,
"Hey, this is what we're finding out." You didn't
Yeah.
have to. That's the point. Is you don't have to go. Well, I'm going to force you over here. You could have had Meriwether say, "Hey, look, I'm looking at there's a conjunction that can be happening, especially once we get up to like 6th and 7th level when we can really go out and stretch our wings and stuff." And then say, "Hey, guess what, guys? Did you do this? It's what we're starting to find out." And usually we're pretty much like, "Yeah, let's be able to do it." But that's what I'm referring to is, oh, okay. You don't have to force everything to immediately afterwards. Is what we're
Hey, Hungar's here.
Yeah, you didn't hear?
No.
I said before. But I mean, those are the things that I'm just referring to is sometimes it's a good place to say that's a climatic end. Let's end this right here. You guys, good job in your adventure. You rescued the ship. You got the captain back. You got Meriwether. The captain's going to decide to go back to he's going to go back to one of the towns. We're going to start the next adventure in this town. Like, oh, okay, that sounds good. And then have them say, I've been looking at the conjunction, and this is what I've been noticing over here. And then by the time you bring in the lich, that should be at the higher level anyway. After we picked up enough pieces that are going on around the world to actually make that, oh, this is the person that's been causing a problem for us for the last 8 adventures.
Hey, Mac, what's happening?
Anyway, that's what I'm trying to say for some of those. Yeah.
It's like you took the sock off your microphone for a second there.
I know, right?
Oh, you gotta look into that now, man.
Well, it's one of the.
Hey, at least he's not popping in and out, though.
Yeah, it's just.
I don't know. That was fun.
Well, all I see is the green. It depends on which way I'm directing my head. Is the whole point of it. If I'm looking at my books on the side.
Do you have a metal plate in your head?
No, he's not talking into the microphone, which is bad practice.
I don't. Yeah, because if I'm not facing exactly towards. Yes, because I am the kind of person like to move around a lot. That's otherwise that's how I get my tendonitis.
Hey, Mobius, what's up, buddy?
I don't know. Invest in a lapel mic then.
Yeah, sure.
I have a feeling that won't happen.
No, but again, we're just saying that at certain places you could have added several more adventures before we lost our captain and he got captured by the queen. We said, "Oh, okay, we can do this," and then we would have felt a lot more of like, "Oh, there's a lot more to this story than just like, oh, one island. Oh, here's the next island and everything else." That's what we're trying to say. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, but sometimes shit happens and you got to deal with it.
Yeah, but that seems very much like you're saying that as a cop-out, bro.
Well, you're saying, well, so shit happens. Well, then that's a railroad. I mean, that's what we've been trying to say.
So you want nothing to happen except what you want to happen?
No, we're trying.
That's what I'm hearing.
No, you're not. You're not hearing.
You're not hearing anything then.
We're trying to tell you what you need to do is learn how to cut the adventure. Well, not cut the adventure. In the adventure in a high point, make another adventure, and then start making threads so they're connected. So when we finally have your big adventure with like the Lich Queen, that you can then go through that.
Like, okay, you have this island with 3 buildings on it, right? That could have been 3 different islands.
I suppose.
That we could have done as separate, self-contained things, and maybe had some things in between there that we could have chosen to go to as side detours as the party.
And you can always leave stuff in there. Oh, by the way, there's something over here. Oh, okay. Oh, there's something over here. Okay. I know that Justin talks about Fetch Quest, but you can still leave up like there's
Well,
stuff
fetch
over
quests
here.
are only evil when they're pointless, and
Yeah.
90% of fetch quests are pointless.
Oh yeah.
If
But
not
I mean,
99.
well,
I
but
don't
I'm
know
not
about
saying.
the percentages, but I do uh, resent having to go on like you know
Go
for
get me an apple, so I'll give you the directions to
Yeah.
yeah.
the temple.
No. We're not talking about that.
I'll
But
just beat you until you give me the directions to the temple. How about that instead?
but if you left a book at the very beginning, and of course,
Yeah.
well, you can't read it. Well, when you get into town, someone says, "Oh, have you looked at this? There's a treasure at this location." Oh, okay. And then
Well,
we go.
that's not a fetch quest then.
Yeah.
That's like a hint,
Yeah.
a clue, a
Exactly.
mystery.
And then you start creating these mysteries in there. And you're like, all right, well, guess what? We have our downtime, plus we have our next adventure hook if we decide to take it. But that hook still stays out there forever, especially undead. You know what's great about undead? They don't die. They don't really care about the time. That's the other point about them.
They're still there when we come back.
Yeah, and so you could have done that, and then it's like, well, you go through this, and then they say, oh, by the way, I've been doing research, and I found out that, that they want to do this, and you guys messed up this certain thing. It's going to take another year before they can do it again. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. That gives us, and like Doc was talking about with timing, now we have another clock that we've reset. Like, okay, well, we better deal with this before that next year. But guess what? We have a full year before we have to deal with it.
Yeah, and that's a year in the game, not in real life. It could be like 3 weeks from now in real life, or 6 months, or whatever. It could be 4 years. I don't know. We stop playing this game and we start playing something else, and you go, "Hey, you guys want to go back to Pirate World?" Even though there are no pirates, we keep calling it Pirate World.
Not yet.
Shut up! There'll never be one pirate because we keep calling it that.
But that's the other thing too. Is hey, look, guys, you meet some pirates, okay?
Well, like even if you do that, we stop the conjunction of the moon or whatever, and everyone forgets about it. The year comes around, and you start putting out the hints, and we've forgotten about it, so we're not picking up on it, and fucking the apocalypse happens. And then you laugh at us for fucking up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a good DM.
Yeah.
You guys have made your share of mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that
I'm just not going to point them out, because if I point them out, then you'll try to fix them, and then that takes away all my enjoyment.
Well, but again, that's it. Those are things that are always cool about stuff. We're just saying that instead of trying to immediately link everything immediately this time and then this time.
Yeah, that's an impossibility here.
Well, you're saying that's an impossibility. We're saying that it makes for a better time overall and allows to get more adventure hooks. Because guess what? Now you can.
I've got thousands more, Omen.
Yeah, but no, we're saying by shoving them right into the moment, like you've been doing, gives
because
us
that's how
we can't we don't have time to breathe and enjoy the thing you've already presented us with.
That's life.
No, it isn't. It's annoying.
Well, you say that's life, but then again, here's the point: is if it's not that much fun, then it's like, okay, I can do other things on Sundays too. I mean, that's I'm not
always welcome to do that.
I'm not trying to do that, but it comes down to, again, is we're trying to say, hey, look at this, and this is what we're looking for. And just because you say, well, that's life, well, it doesn't have to be, because this is all imaginary. You can separate some of the things out there, because we've been going back and forth with that. But it doesn't have to be like frenetic speed every time. And on next week's adventure, not everything has to suddenly have the cliffhanger.
Sometimes I want Adam West's Batman and not Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
One of the things I like to do whenever running campaigns is, especially if there's something really intense that happens that goes over several sessions, I like to have little one-off palate cleansing games.
Exactly. That's what we're asking.
Happen.
Yeah. We're asking for the palate cleansing, and the other part is if you can allow, is just like tasting. You have to have it go up with all the adventures. Allow the players to bask in the success, and then allow it to come down a bit, and then say, okay, now it ramps back up again. It's kind of the sine wave aspect.
You've got to have the false sense of security.
Yeah.
Even though it's false, the characters don't know it's false. The players shouldn't know it's false. Right? But you have that moment of like, we've been victorious in this task. Let's go get a beer and then deal with the next one.
Yes.
And there's been no let's go get a beer.
It's
over 6 months in real time.
Yeah. One of the things I highly advocate and I like to do in all my games is I really encourage lots of hirelings. Because you can
Lots of
use
what?
them-
We had
lots of
200 of
hirelings.
them at the beginning of the game.
Lots of have like your cooks and your teamsters and your guards and the guys who
Oh yeah,
watch
yeah.
horses,
They've
you can use those to
they've
build
burned
off
through like 100 of them already.
And that's the thing. We've had no
build whole
opportunity
adventures
to-
off them. Stuff that happens just running the organization.
Yeah.
Like some of the boys get into trouble in town.
Where
and
did
you gotta
Omna go?
Deal with that.
Maybe one of those
yeah,
kid things or
we
technical difficulties.
We started the game with like
Records.
200 of these guys, right?
And the ship had a crew of about 400, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay, I thought it was 200, but still, we've killed like half of them, and that's what Omanow was getting at with. We've had no time to recruit more of them. What the fuck was that? Oh, Omanow lost power.
Where did he send you that?
Discord.
Oh, okay. I'm not able. Well, I could, but I'm not there, and I want to switch back and forth. How do you do that?
How do I do that?
Yeah, because I'm on.
I'm on a computer. I just
I'm on a
mouse
laptop.
down. Yeah,
But
I just click the tab at the bottom of the screen, and it pops up over top of the window I'm looking at, and then I minimize it again afterwards.
Because like on my tablets, I'll get those kind of notifications, that'll come up and pop up that somebody sent me a message on Discord. But on this, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I've got to disable it on this. For some reason, it's starting to pop up on the phone I use as a camera, and it's annoying me. I don't know. Yeah, just
Thanks a lot, Dog.
like the game is a solid 80-90%. It's a good game, right? I was just saying, take a breath.
Well,
You
I
don't
was
need
I was
to-
really trying to impart a sense of urgency. Yeah, and I didn't know
It's
that.
not feeling that way. It's feeling more like it's more honestly,
I
it's
thought-
feeling like a lack of adequacy. It's like if it feels like you
Lack of
think
what?
if you adequacy, it feels like you need us to be on edge at all times or we'll leave kind of attitude.
Oh no, I'm not worried about that at all.
It feels like that.
No, I especially like last week. When you guys were
Last week was one of the most relaxed sessions you've had
Really?
so far.
really, I
Like,
thought the tension level was mounting.
It was realistic though. All the other ones seem like you're putting these fake hooks into the world. Like
Curious.
I'm going to say this much, and here's the other thing: we just want the post-coital cuddle time, okay? It's not
What? What? I can't hear you, Owen. What?
post-coital cuddle time.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what?
that's what we
That
want
is
in the
exactly
game.
what you'll never get.
I mean,
Well,
that's the point of the game.
in the game, not you've missed it.
Yeah, but
well,
that's what I'm saying for the game.
I'm
is
nowhere
in there.
near him. And when I
Yes.
move to Texas, I'm going to make sure I'm at least 15 minutes away.
Well, no.
The first thing you're going to do once moving to Texas is get a restraining order.
But no, I mean, at the end of the day, it's, again, just one speaking on what we did. If that had been, congratulations, guys, you saved the ship, you've gotten the cat, for all of that, and we went over that we had stopped and we replenished and we got new henchmen and we got some other stuff, and you said, okay, guys, this session we're going to do this. I want you to go out and try to hire people and everything else to get back on the ship. and spend
Here,
money,
here,
it was been like, yeah.
may I? If you had done them as 3 separate islands, the ship got attacked. We threw off the guys from the ship, and one of them dropped something that said they were actually from the temple of Ooga Booga on this island.
Hmm.
That would have encouraged us to go there.
Exactly. Well, or you had the book that says, "Hey, by the way, this is going to happen on a certain day," but
Yeah.
you guys stopped at this time. One is, it feels good to be heroes. That would have felt good instead of trying, and then it would have allowed us to breathe, to replenish, and do everything else. And then it's like, hey, Meriwether could, just using this as an example, Meriwether could have said, all right, the captain's like, look, we're completely depleted. We need to go into town. Can you guys go run some stuff for me while I try to get the ship back into shape? And then you say, all right, guess what? We're going to try hiring more people. Who do we need? Who do we need for this? We do those aspects. And then we come back and Meriwether comes over and says, like you said,
I'm catching like half of what you're saying, Owen.
okay,
Yeah.
I'm actually pointing my head towards this, so I don't know what's going on with why it's doing this. But
Well, your volume was like really, really low too for some reason.
I don't know
Yeah,
how
you're in and out.
I don't know how to up it, to be honest on this.
That whatever you're doing now, do that.
I'm touching it with my finger. My head hasn't moved, which is the funny part.
That I find hard to believe, but okay.
But no, what I'm saying is if you had done that, and then we've had our time, this is why I'm joking about the post-coital cuddle, is that would have been our time to enjoy, hey, we saved the ship.
I don't want you to enjoy any of this.
Oh,
But we're trying to say all this stuff is
I got it. I got it.
we had that.
You guys got to also remember, because we only play for like a couple of hours each weekend. A lot of this, could have been done in like 1 or 2 sessions, but I think that is a huge factor in the delay. Because you come back, oh yeah, we're still doing this thing, as opposed to we could have done it in one or 2 standard sessions.
what's a standard session, right? Like I've always played 2 to 3 hour sessions.
No, most of mine have been 3 to 4 on average. That's about what I like to have with my friends. But again, my point being is when you find there's time to stop, where the player characters have reached a milestone, which is what we did when we.
Well, your idea of a milestone and mine must just be a little bit different in this particular instance. I once the captain was captured, I did give you guys the option, and only one character took it, which was to stay on the boat and train.
No, I understand, but my point being is that you didn't have to steal anyone. You could have said you kicked them off the ship. Congratulations, you won. That's what could have happened. We could have said, how many people do we have left? They're like, we only have like 80 left out of our 200 or 400.
Oh, you still have like 300.
Hey, I was whatever. Under the impression we had 200 to start with for a while.
Well, I had the impression we had 400. We were down to like 150 now or something.
Okay, yeah.
I mean that
I misremembered and I was saying
I could.
We lost half the 200.
Again, I'm just saying. My whole point being is, guys, we lost a bunch from the selfies. We bought whatever they were. We lost a bunch of them. We lost a bunch from the previous fight. We've lost a lot of stuff. That's the time we say, okay, it's time to go back into town. It's time to get some new.
Well, we are the town, right? But we need to go to a settlement, a major thing, and do some recruiting.
Well, that wasn't really that much different.
The ship is a town for those of you that don't get the.
It's a big thing, but then we could have gone back. But that's what I'm saying. If we could have gone to an actual town, and we could have said, okay, one is it would have fleshed out a bit more of the world. We could have dealt with the harbor master. You could have done some role playing there. You could have set up some hooks. You could set up kind of the one adventures, and then you could have said, oh, by the way, Meriwether says that this is what's going on. You might want to go look at this island, and we would have probably been like, yeah, I think we can do it. They really got to us. Let's go back and go try taking that one guy out. Or you could have said, you know what, we need a little we could be a bit better. Maybe have a couple more levels before we could take him out. Let's try doing that as well. Anyway, just the point of we could have been getting up to these things while we're there, and then said, all right, let's go for our next adventure. We could have done the next, like Justin's saying, is, oh, well, look, now we found this. All right. And then we could have had a little side adventure somewhere in here. And then we could have the next one in there. And then by the time that we would have met our Lich Queen or whoever, that's the culmination of an entire campaign. It's the whole point. It just feels like we're kind of on a roller coaster going really fast. And we don't have time to blink. We don't really have time to breathe. And it's just, kind of like...
You're saying there have been hooks in the world, but maybe I'm just dense, but I haven't seen any of them to what's going on besides someone's trying to create an undead army and turn people undead. That's the only thing I've seen so far.
And again, you could have done more world building during those downtimes. I'm just saying that, but there's downtime. You can set up more of that stuff, and we can learn more about the world. We can look at stuff. We can start interacting. We can start feeling like, hey, there's some actual NPCs here. You have the governor of the. I keep thinking of Pirates of the Caribbean because whenever you're doing it, and I'm talking about the Sid Meier's Pirates of the Caribbean. If you guys ever played that,
no, never.
Did none of you guys ever played Sid Meier's Pirates?
We all said no already.
Well, I played that.
Yeah, so Doc knows what I'm referring to. But part of it is, hey, guess what? This is how you get titles. Every so often you went back into town to replenish your troops, to get some stuff, to sell off things, that you'd had. It was, you kind of had that, then of course to flirt with the what's her name? The governor's daughter. There are little things in there, then you go back out and you go adventure some more. And that was kind of
and we all know I wanna flirt with Keira Knightley.
That game's an excellent example of good economy of action because there's actually not a lot of stuff in that game, but it's mixing things up and it feels like it's bigger than it is. That's like an example of what I was talking about before. Because as you're moving from thing to thing, and some things happen more often than others, and it feels like it's a lot busier environment than it really is if you step back from it objectively. It's a good use of space.
And Armstrong with his potion of love, he really wants to use that too at some point. So.
Well, I'm aware of everything I give out. I keep track of it.
This is good.
For the most part.
Good.
The fact that he's done what he has done is a lot of fun.
But that's what I mean is while we're joking about these things, then he could actually do that with some of the NPCs. We're just trying to say everything's in there.
He could use the potion at any time. That half the crew is female. If that's what he was looking for.
Yeah,
but most of them outrank him. Right.
I think you're missing the point of we would like. This is how you slowly build the world out. Is the point? Is we're trying to we're looking at this, and I know where you want to be. You want us to be at like 8th to 9th level, ready to go, take on the big stuff and go, yeah. We're saying that we want to breathe at these lower levels as well to enjoy some of the time instead of feeling like everything's going so quick. And those are just things that we're getting into it. But it's like, oh, okay, where can we do this? How do we influence the rest of the world? Right now, it's kind of, how do we influence our ship? And
you did sign on the ship, from a point A to point B run, and there were going to be a couple of stops along the way, and sometimes those stops entail.
We've only had one stop along the way. Two. That's the problem. We want those other stops.
There have been two.
Two? It doesn't.
The Green Monkey Island and this one.
I was under the impression it was the same island. Maybe I missed that one second.
No,
yeah.
It's a different
I think
island.
you did, as a matter of fact.
I don't know. I know it's a different island. It's just that it's.
Yeah, there's two different maps and everything.
Yeah. I knew that there were two different islands, but again, my point was it would have been awfully nice between Island 1 and Island 2 is to stop at a third island that had a settlement, replenish the number of troops and everything, and then go.
Well, we don't even have to have replenished because there's so many fucking people on the ship. But
yeah,
we lost dozens of people.
Yeah, that's still.
But it was overstocked to begin with, and a lot of the crew that you know, because it had I want to say about like 350 crew, and you've lost about 75.
That's an awful lot.
Sure.
That's, from a
Yeah.
military standpoint, that's 25%. That's where you say that they need to go back, they need to replenish, they need to retrain. I mean, that's the whole point of some of that. 25% is saying basically the ship is somewhat ineffective. I mean, that's not entirely true, but that's how generally a military unit works. You know, once you're getting like 10% casualties, you're like, holy hell, guys, you know, they need to stop and replenish. Um, and that's what I'm trying to say is that that's what we would have liked in there. I understand where you're trying to go for certain things, but we're trying to say in some ways it feels like you're trying to force things to go up levels too fast instead of giving us breathers in between to do that, and then you're artificially is holding us back from going up levels by making sure we can't train. I'm like, no, I want those breathers. So if I go up a level, it might, you know, we might have something happen in 3 months or 4 months. I'm okay with that. And then we put the time down. What do you guys want to do during those 4 months? You know what? I'd like to get a couple more spells. I'd like to do a couple of more things, especially with the Rujin, because you don't just find Rujin scrolls. Same thing for Lucius. You just don't find illusionist scrolls.
Personally, I would rather, instead of just saying it's been 4 months, we have a session where this happened. This first 15 minutes, you tell me what's going on for like a week. And then the next 15 minutes is maybe like a month later. And then you do that for a session.
No, I agree.
Just so you get you get a little more touchstone of like what's going on in your player's life instead of just it's been 4 months.
No. But
that should be one session, 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. It's that downtime that I'm referring to that allows us to do the interactions and the world building, and hey, let's go hear what rumors are out there.
Yeah,
things like that is. Oh, okay. Let's find out what
okay.
The world. Yeah.
But maybe we should wrap the struggle session up.
Yeah, we did come here to talk about movies, to be honest.
I know.
So, Doc, favorite post-apocalyptic movie or TV show? You got any recommendations?
Well, Mad Max is the obvious answer, but Boy and His Dog.
We already. So we're all established that the only post-apocalyptic films.
Right. I literally have the list here. It's Boy and His Dog, Mad Max, 12 Monkeys, Leftovers, and Snowpiercer. Apparently, are the only ones ever created.
I didn't like Snowpiercer.
Well, you forgot Mad Max and Boy and His Dog.
They're at the top of the damn list.
Well, no.
You also forgot Mad Max and Boy.
No. Hold on. Doc Flamingo wasn't here for that part, but that was the first thing he asked me. It's like, we 10 minutes. All right, A Boy and His Dog, and I did that kind of tongue in cheek, and I find it hilarious. That's the first one that Doc Flamingo did as well.
Zardoz.
Zardoz.
Okay.
Zardoz.
I knew one of you guys was going to bring that up. Okay.
Zardoz.
What? I forgot about Zardoz.
Okay, hold on.
There's good reason why I forgot about Zardoz.
Give me, is somebody, Doc, what is that movie about? Other than Sean Connery, willing to do anything for a paycheck.
Actually, Zardoz, it's a mess. It's campy as hell, but there's actually a lot going on in that movie.
What would it say on the back of the DVD if I bought it, if it's even on DVD?
It is. I actually own a copy of the DVD. It's out.
Well, quickly go get it and read us the back of it.
It's in my car, which is 20 miles away at a shop.
Well, at least you can be safe that no one will steal it. So what?
I don't know.
What would they say? I have no idea what they would say. The movie is so damn strange.
So what's the premise?
Okay, so this guy,
Wizard of Oz. No, don't tell it because he needs to understand. The whole point of that. You know what the premise is? It's Sean Connery dressed in a red loincloth that's trying to figure out why a giant head keeps coming around.
Those are all you've told me is reasons to not watch it.
No. You got to know what the giant head's about.
That's right.
like a synopsis, or what do you want? What do you want?
No. You don't want to give anything away. That's the whole point. It's the yeah.
Do you like Logan's Run?
Logan's Run's an awesome movie.
Yep.
It's also a post-apocalypse film too.
absolutely is.
Do you like Logan's Run?
I just
Yeah.
bought it.
Now picture Logan's Run, but more intellectual and on acid.
That's a pretty good.
So
way
so
to
the
put it.
orgy scene just nonstop.
But more intellectual,
So they're talking during the orgy.
pretty much.
You know what? To mention The Postman, I wish I've heard good things about it. I just haven't watched
The
it.
Postman's really good. I have
The
not
book is
seen The
better.
Road with I guess that's with Viggo Mortensen.
No, that's with Tom Hanks.
Why does he say The Road with Aragorn?
Yeah, Viggo Mortensen's in that.
Yeah, I thought that was Viggo Mortensen.
Yeah,
I
that's
haven't
it.
seen it, but
He's in The Road too. I know the main character, the father of the boy, is Tom Hanks.
No, it's not. He's not in that. The road you're thinking of Road to Perdition.
yeah. Oh, wait. What was the other one that was called? What was the one that they just had with Tom Hanks where he has the robot with them on?
Fred, Ralph, something like that.
It's the.
Yeah.
Let me see. I think it's.
Well, I still don't. I'm still no
Yeah.
no more enlightened about Zardoz.
It's impossible to really say anything about you. You just have to
Yeah,
experience.
Yeah.
You know what?
It's Vigo.
Screw you guys. I'm
You guys
just
are
gonna
right.
look the damn movie up.
I'm telling you, is just look when you look at the pictures, you'll understand what we're referring to.
Trust me, go into it blind.
Yes.
You'll enjoy it. It's a fucking trip, and it's worth it.
Hold on. Me. In the future, Earth is ruled by Eternals, an advanced and secret sect of beings who reign over a savage group called Brutals. The Eternals have created a god named Zardoz to intimidate the Brutals, making them believe that killing is their natural state. However, Zed, Sean Connery, a brutal warrior, challenges that assumption when he enters the Zardoz monument and is captured by an Eternal, Charlotte Rampling. There he learns the truth about the Eternals and the false god that rules society.
Okay.
That's
So
bullshit.
okay. So
I
the
saw
thing
it. None of that fucking happens.
Wait a minute. It's you have to just go look at some of the photos and you'll understand exactly what we're referring to. No. Okay, so about Tom Hanks, Finch.
Finch is a Finch.
Yeah, it's Finch is the one with Tom Hanks where he has
I
the
know
robot
started
with him.
an F.
Yeah. So he has. If you want to talk about a post-apocalyptic, we also mentioned Waterworld.
John Boorman. What is the point of Zardoz?
Stop reading
That's
about
it. That's the first question.
That is a good summation of what Zardoz is about.
Okay. Well, we have.
I will be back again.
We have to mention what was the. I mean, we still have to mention Planet of the Apes. We're going to be talking about post-apocalyptic. We also have to talk about what was the Omega Man.
Oh my god!
Wait a minute. Omega Man.
Oh yeah, that's a great one.
And what was the equivalent one with Will Smith that they had in there?
I Am Legend.
Yeah,
I actually have the book, which was was it Harry Harrison also?
There was a Vincent Price version, the very first one.
Right.
Times.
So I don't think it was Harry Harrison who wrote that. Hold on a second, real quick. Zardoz's aim was to breed a superhuman who would penetrate the vortex and save humankind from its hopelessly stagnant status. Quote, in the ruins of the old world, Arthur Freyan encouraged Zed to learn to read and led him to the book, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz.
You're screwing your whole thing up. That's why I told you not to read it. You have to experience Zardoz.
You really need to just watch Zardoz.
Yes, you have to experience Zardoz to understand.
I've learned nothing from what I've read, so don't worry about it.
So stop.
Stop. We're telling you to stop.
It's just you know how when you're looking on the internet, the first question that people asked was, "What's the point of Zardoz?" I had to click. Come on, guys.
No. But see, you're supposed to ask that question after you watch a movie, not before.
Yeah.
But no, those are the things that. Let's see. What are some of the other movies that are out there? I'm trying to think of that are.
Planet of the Apes is one of the best.
Well, Planet of the Apes. Again, I'm not.
you're just talking about post-apocalyptic. It depends on the feel that you're looking for. You know, Terminator. If you watch some of the scenes where they have it, you know, with in the future.
I'm ashamed with all of you. Well, I don't know if that's the right word. Is Cherry 2000 post-apocalyptic?
Yeah, but
Yeah, but yeah, that's why I'm ashamed because nobody brought it up then.
Let's see. What's the other? Well, I mean, what are some other ones that are out there that are pretty good?
There's a lot of them.
Oh, I know. I know they're well. You know, you can look at 28 Days Later. It depends if you know, but the zombie trope is so played out.
yeah, I wouldn't count that.
Yeah, I'm not looking. I mean, if you're running a game, if you can't throw in zombies for just any old reason, you should kind of hang up your dice bag. You know, I'm looking more for that. You know, Earth has been devastated.
Oh, yes.
You know what I mean? It's been devastated, and the remnants of society or people at large are picking through the rubble and ruins, trying to rebuild to some extent, and either create a better life or just be able to not die the next day.
You mean
So-
Metalocalypse and Doomstar? Oh, they finally finished the whole series that came out. for that
What
one.
Metalocalypse?
Yeah, but the last two movies, you know, where they're going through, I'm like, well, there you go. It's
I didn't even know there was a movie. I haven't
Oh,
seen
yeah.
Metalocalypse in years.
Yeah, well, they had one I think in 2015. They just brought one out I think last year, and that finished off the whole series. I'm like, oh, okay, but you have to laugh at when you talk about pre-apocalyptic things. It's like, okay, as long as no one's in there that's playing Murderface and but things like that. We're like, okay,
Because so far, believe it or not, the closest to Gamma World or even Aftermath as the most notable games, I think Fallout has nailed it the closest.
probably.
Cool. Post-apocalypse film, Highlander 2.
One of my favorite movies of all time.
You're evil.
Well, it was apocalyptic for the franchise. I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm.
It was apocalyptic in the world too.
I mean, I've watched A Quiet Place, and
I never even heard of it.
There's a Russian one called Stalker, which is definitely worth looking at.
Oh, is that based off the game?
It's based
The other
on,
way around.
Well, it's based on Roadside Picnic, which was a Russian novel.
Right, which has also got a game based off it.
And then there's a game, Stalker.
Right.
Well, if you want to talk about post-apocalyptic and we're talking realistic, go look at anything with Life After People. I know we talked about that last week. Watch anything with Life After People. That's a great way of getting a feel for players and everything else.
Right, but I mean, without people, there's no game.
No. The point being, it's in how things collapse and rot and.
I can extrapolate.
Yeah.
I live in California. Come on, guys. I look out my window.
Oh, that's another good one. California.
Is that a movie?
No.
Well, there are plenty of documentaries about it out there.
I was going to say. I mean, I just went out shopping today, guys. I saw the ruins at my feet.
Well, how about Judge Dredd outside of the mega cities?
Well, Judge Dredd period is post-apocalypse.
Yeah, we were focusing on movies. Okay, let's jump back to that after we hit TV.
You mean the 1995 version of Judge Dredd, where they send out with the mutants
with Stallone?
Yeah, that was part of it.
I actually enjoyed that one a lot. As a matter of fact, most people hate me for saying this, but I actually loved Rob Schneider in it. But I like
okay,
Rob
I have
Schneider.
to go now. Bye.
I think Rob Schneider is an amazing human being.
So you're why California sucks so much.
I have no effect on this place whatsoever.
Wait, Escape from LA and Escape from New York. Yeah.
That works.
I don't recommend Escape from LA, but Escape from New York. I mean,
Escape from LA is just retarded. That entire movie was just.
It was a cash grab.
I know.
Well,
but are there any TV shows besides Life After People or whatever? And
Jericho, Jeremiah.
Yeah. I watched Jericho.
A good one if you want to do spaces. What about Battlestar Galactica?
I actually see the second series as more post-apocalyptic than the first, even though they're the same premise and basic idea, but it felt
First one was
more.
just too campy.
The 70s version was, well, that's the problem with the 70s.
But it didn't feel as apocalyptic. You know what I mean? There was no,
because it was
you know,
campy.
right.
Well, that was the 70s too. If you actually look at Buck Rogers, do you remember when he left the dome? Even in the TV show, they talk about, how there's
Yeah, but again,
they
like
never
like
really-
Justin said, a little too campy, and they tried to play that down. I would actually go with more Logan's Run, the TV show, than either of those. Because Logan's Run, the TV show, was all outside the dome.
No, I agree with you on that. I'm just saying that if you look at some of these things that are out there, they put the threads and then like for one episode and then just ignore them for the rest of it.
Fucking Lord. Jeez.
But no, I mean those are the whole things that are out there. I'm trying to think of what some other TV shows. Isn't there The Ship or something like that where it's the last naval vessel? With,
Oh yeah, I caught an episode.
Wasn't like the 400 or something like that also that? And Colony and
400, no, the 100.
well, the
400
other,
wasn't Apocalypse. It was.
wasn't it after like such
No,
a thing?
no, that's the 100 or whatever it was called. 400 was about the 1400 was about several people that were abducted by aliens, but it turns out they were taken into the future and given powers and then sent back to modern day.
Okay, maybe that's the one I didn't finish watching.
Yeah, and one of them started a cult about the 4400 and
What about Falling Skies?
Falling Skies, post-apocalypse, I guess. The world had been destroyed by aliens. Aliens are no different than an earthquake when it destroys everything, okay?
what was that with Natalie Portman when they had that weird thing where they went in with the weird
What was that called?
I just reviewed the last module for the Gamma World 3rd edition module series, and it turns out that it was the aliens it was aliens in that iteration that had caused the apocalypse, more or less.
No, but Natalie Portman was it? What was
Natalie Portman.
it? Where she was in her where they send them in there.
Yeah, because all the men that they sent in.
And I never got to see the end of Falling Skies either.
Was it Annihilation?
Yes, Annihilation.
Yeah, Annihilation.
Yeah. I couldn't place it. There's a book series. Sadly, they won't make the rest of them because it flopped.
Yeah, it wasn't that good of a film, to be fair. But Annihilation, if you want to look at a movie that's out there. But I'm trying to think of other. It's post-apocalyptic, even though it's not. Because it's this 1970s, they didn't really weigh into it. What about Space?
Annihilation wasn't the 70s. It was modern.
I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to what I'm saying now. Space 1999.
Space 1999.
I tried watching that. I watched the first episode and I was like, yeah, I don't think this is going to work.
See, that's something I would love to see redone properly. The way I would handle Space 1999, instead of having the moon floating around all over the place, what I would do is I would destroy the Earth. And then just have these people stuck up there and having to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's what are some other ones that are? But no, I'm saying that if you actually look at that's kind of apocalyptic. It's hey, guess what? You're in one little area. You're stuck, and there's no one else around to. But the problem, again, like you said, is a lot of things don't make sense with modern science, and putting stuff in there. But
one
70s.
One I would like to probably play is Equilibrium.
Oh,
Mhm.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
I don't think I know that.
Oh, it's fuck, what's his name? Batman.
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale and
you know what, Justin?
Sean Bean.
There's that movie and a couple other things that I'm going to show you later. Was something that I was thinking about recently, for like an actual ground up game, sci-fi game that includes that and a couple of other things that are all if you pushed them together would make for a very potentially popular game with the way people look at sci-fi these days, and something
Maybe.
that would just be very, very challenging to run. A little bit of paranoia, from the game Paranoia seems to creep into a lot of these games. The darker side, not so much the humorous side, but that even Logan's Run kind of potential future.
What about
Maybe
Running Man?
see what you think.
Running Man, yeah, I guess Running Man.
Well, it's like
I don't know.
It's just awful future kind of thing. Oh, you know what? Another weird one. It's kind of semi post-apocalyptic. It's called The Star Lost. It was a '60s Canadian science fiction.
The what?
The Star Lost. Care Delay from 2001 is in it.
Send me a link, will you?
What's
Not
that?
right this second. Send me a link later.
Okay.
Because I don't know if I'll ever.
Yeah, it was about it was this generational starship that was divided into these large habitat sections, and over time, everybody forgot that they were on a ship and couldn't access.
So Metamorphosis Alpha.
Kind of, yeah. And the whole thing is this guy winds up in the ship proper, and they realize it's going to crash into a star in like 1,000 years. And the whole series is him and these people trying to visiting these different little societies that have formed, and they're trying to figure out a way to steer the ship.
That's the way. That is Metamorphosis Alpha to a T. I wonder if that's what inspired the game.
Yeah, it was a Harlan Ellison story, and then they tried to make they made a series out of it, and it was like in the '65 or '66 it came out.
If that's the case, that's the origin.
It came out in '73. I just sent you the link to the IMDb page.
What about a little bit?
Only 18 episodes.
Of course, it's a ship, but Pandorum.
Pandorum is pretty good.
What's the? Those are the things that.
I don't know. If you would put that one in there, then you'd have to, allow for the black hole. You know what I mean? That's not quite there.
Well, what I'm referring to is if when the players get thrust into that, what would they know? Whereas the black hole is kind of like, oh, we're just stopping by kind of thing. It's not. What was the other one? Was it called Sunlight or something like that? Where the sun is, they have to kind of research the sun. That's not what it's called.
I have no idea what he's saying. You guys,
something about sunlight or sunbright. It's the one where they were getting sunspots on the sun. And it was causing storms, so they went out there to throw some nukes into it or something to get it
something like that.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
Stupid.
Yeah, the sun is one gigantic nuke going off continuously.
Yeah, let's throw some grains of sand at it.
Yeah, we used to fuck with these hippies when I was. Well, it doesn't matter. There were these hippies that would have these pins that say all nuclear, everything nuclear is bad, and we just would always point to the sun. Is that bad? And they no idea.
Well, see, the whole point of it is if you kind of go for
morons.
Post-apocalyptic, there's.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to make sense, is the point, because otherwise we wouldn't mention Zardoz.
Zardoz makes sense. It's just a society that had developed so much technology that it became apathetic and stupid and lost all understanding of how things work.
Idiocracy, if we're going to go for that one.
Idiocracy is the prime of a...
yeah, I got to put that one down on the list.
But you think watering the crops with Brondo.
Well, no, that was Interstellar. No,
that was
no. My point is similar to the whole thing. We know that they weren't watering with Brondo, in Interstellar. That's the real reason. We're happy to tell.
Why? Because they developed interstellar spacecraft. That's how we know they weren't watering things with Brondo.
Yeah, but
what they did do was vote Democrat. That's
Oh. No, what's the... I'm trying to think. What was that one that they had in the day? What was the day after, or whatever the one where they had the nuclear war? The one that scared everyone to death.
The day after.
Yeah.
I'm going to mention a TV show that nobody here remembers except Shauner, and he's not here. was Where Have All the People Gone? You remember that one, Doc?
I know the title. I can't think of. That's all I can think of. I know I've heard the
I
title.
think it was a made for TV movie where literally a few survivors just wake up and everybody's just gone. They're little piles of white powder, kind of like in Red Dwarf. I think they were little piles of white powder. Or they were just.
1974.
Pardon?
1974, starring Peter Groves. I think it's the one I'm thinking of. I think I remember this movie.
I saw it when I was really, really young. So if it ever came back on again, I have no knowledge of it.
The problem was is that it took them 14 days to chip out each frame.
Oh, The Beach.
Oh, are you talking about that one that was?
It's after the nuclear war, and Australia is initially fine, but then they realize there's a huge radioactive cloud coming, and they've got like a couple months.
I've actually seen that one. Isn't there a scene in there where somebody goes into the garage, starts up their fancy sports car, and then self deletes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all these people start doing all this like crazy, like destructive stuff.
Yeah, my old man had me watch that one when I was a youngster too. So another look into why I am who I am. Because I was like, what the fuck am I watching this shit for?
Oh, I'm trying to think of what about a little bit different. Not Ultraviolet, even though that works as well. Eon Flux.
I don't know that that's post-apocalyptic, just dystopian. If I'm thinking of the right one.
Yes.
No, I might be thinking Altered Carbon. I know I've seen all three of them.
A lot of them are both. That's the thing is, it's both dystopian and,
yeah, like Ultraviolet and Eon Flux are like a dystopian society had formed after massive catastrophe or whatever, but the apocalypse is like well over.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Judge Dredd, since we already mentioned that one, which I still love I still love the Keith Urban version.
Yeah.
It's really more of a vampire movie, but Priest is kind of semi-post-apocalyptic.
Yeah. But Priest is good though.
What was the Day of the Triffids or something?
Yeah, everybody brings that one up, and I did see it, and I know it's like some sort of weird plant dudes or something, but I can't remember anything about it.
You're talking about series. What was that one that was? It was on Sci-Fi. It had the 7 different races in the Earth after they kind of crashed here. You remember what I'm talking about?
It was the whole premise was that it was a promotional tool for an MMO.
Yeah, that was part of it.
And that's why it got canceled.
No, it got canceled because it started sucking after season 2. That's why it got canceled.
Well,
1 and 2 were pretty good.
Actually it kept going. Like the MMO did not take off.
Yeah.
So it didn't have any funding for season 2, so it struggled to keep going as much as it could with reduced budget, and it did not survive independently of the game.
I actually enjoyed the.
Me too, Law Dog. Me too.
I don't remember what it was. But you know the one I'm talking about. It was.
Yeah.
I'm trying. I'll find it eventually, but.
Yeah, I'm gonna backtrace it.
Oh, Defiance. I think that's what it was called.
Defiance, yes, Defiance.
Yeah, Defiance. I enjoyed the first 2 seasons of that one.
I don't know if I saw that. Is that a Netflix thing?
No, before Netflix.
It was a Sci-Fi thing. I don't know what it is on now.
Yeah, I haven't watched Sci-Fi Channel in about 10 years. And
yeah, that's about when it was on.
Yeah, it was on probably before you stopped watching it. So
2003.
It's
was
not ringing a bell.
well. I
And
thought it was
I haven't
2011.
turned on Netflix since.
No, I'm looking at it right now. 2003 to 2015.
2000. You must be 2013 to 2015.
Yeah. 2013 to 2000.
Okay, I was like, no, it didn't come out in 2003, but yeah,
Yeah. Slip of the tongue.
it was the first two seasons were pretty good. By the time it got to the third one, it was like, all right. And but that's it. I enjoyed that one. That one I thought was pretty cool.
Oh.
I'm trying to think of what other ones are out there for TV shows.
And you can just type into a book search thing for post-apocalypse and get
Sure.
yeah, like
Well, I wanted to actually get recommendations from people who saw them.
I like I said, I liked Defiance. I thought that was pretty cool. Just Defiance reminds me more of something that you would do with Human Era for an RPG.
yeah, it's a very like you like westerns. It's a very post-apocalypse western kind of.
Set in St. Louis.
Yeah, it's like a sheriff of the town kind of thing.
Yeah. It has that aspect. Like I said, Fallout I think is very good. What's the other ones I'm trying to think of that are? Some of these we were just throwing out there, but Life After People, because a lot of times I just mine stuff for ideas.
Yeah.
I don't know From the High Desert. I'm not familiar with that one. Let's see. And so I'll be honest. Sometimes I'm willing to accept a bad movie if I can find it for ideas.
Yeah.
But the worst thing I can get is a movie I go, eh.
Oh, that English one, Doomsday.
Doomsday.
Yeah, with the chick with the crazy face tattoos. It's like a
Oh yeah.
like Scotland has been walled off and everybody over there was like hit with a plague.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sounds like a good thing to have.
And there's like this medieval society like builds up.
Doomsday.
Okay. And I'm trying to think of.
I own a copy of that actually.
Oh, again, if you want to have a fun one in there, talking about walling off cities. What about Life Force?
Life Force?
Yeah,
Yeah, Life Force is an apocalypse happening.
exactly.
Yeah.
I think I saw that one. Who's in it?
If it just
Patrick
has
Stewart.
if it has tons
Okay,
of
no, that I
TNA,
haven't seen it.
Wait a minute. If it has tons of TNA, you've seen it.
No, I I'm not a big fan of Patrick Stewart.
No, this is way before. Like, this
is Dune times, Patrick Stewart.
Yeah. Trust me, you need to get a copy of Life Force. Go
and watch
into
it with
blog
Jackie.
and watch it with Jackie.
You guys clearly know Jackie really well. I just got the director's cut of The Watchmen, and he's like, giving me shit for that. So I know he never gonna watch it.
That's why we want you to watch it with Jackie.
Yeah,
Life Force is definitely a reaction video. I just want a camera on that poor kid's face.
The question is, will your son's face turn as red as a Barsoom Martian? That's what we want to know.
That's where I live.
Or will he turn as blue as Dr. Manhattan's butt cheeks?
I've never watched I've watched bits and pieces, and it's like I don't even care. then again, superhero movies aren't my thing. So
Yeah.
Batman to me is a hero rather than a superhero, but that's about my limitation.
What about The Shadow? Not necessarily the movie.
I haven't watched it at all. I'm not against certain things that are in there.
No, you never listen to the radio show. I mean,
No,
Shadow.
I'm not a. I was born in the 70s.
Not the 1770s.
No, it's
I was 67, but I was listening. I was listening to radio shows in the 80s.
Yeah,
no.
I
I'm not
listened to them
against
in the
them. But at
2000s.
this point, if I'm just listening to audiobooks, I'm just trying to capture all of those books. I don't know what I'm against.
Whoa, we lost you completely there. No.
Jeez. You know what it is? The weird thing is if I just put my hand just right
Doc, you can cut him off anytime and talk.
What the hell was it called? Delicatessen.
Delicatessen?
Check out. It was an obscure movie from the early '80s about this. I think this guy winds up working. It's like this deli in like a little hotel that's like after the end of the world. There's like little pockets of people, and it's this weird cannibalism thing going on. I saw this when I was like in high school. But that was a post-apocalyptic movie, and it was very, very, very strange.
Oh,
Never even heard of it.
Delicatessen?
But I think that's about it for movies I can think of for a lot. I mean, you've got movies like Cyborg and a few other ones out there that are.
Cyborg. That's pretty okay.
I mean, technically, would RoboCop count as post-apocalyptic?
Dystopian.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Dystopian.
it's dystopian.
I don't know. It's Detroit.
Yeah, well, it depends.
No.
Consider the fall of Detroit.
You're wrong. RoboCop doesn't count as a post-apocalypse. Real Detroit does, though.
Yeah.
It's like as soon as they put up the sign, it was dystopian.
Oh, I'm trying to.
I'm gonna have to check out this Delicatessen film, man.
He's getting a little peckish.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to,
Oh, Christopher Lambert's Subway.
Okay.
It's a French film. It's subtitled, but it's about people living in the subways. It's another really, really weird one.
I don't know. Does it count if it's in French?
Well, I think Paris counts at this point.
Maybe.
Seen any recent photos?
I don't know. The problem is that they'll show either the good or the bad. I haven't never been there. Well, I've been to Paris, but that's why I go to Hungary. Like it always.
So, any books? Have you guys ever read any books?
A few, but like 1 second after. There's a good
Canticle
book
for Leibowitz. If you're getting into books.
I mean, if you're gonna start books, I think comic books would be about it for me.
I can't think of any that I've heard of.
Well, there's the one in Warlord where they had it.
Oh, Book of Eli. That's a great one.
Well,
there was a movie.
Yeah, that was a movie. They made that into
right,
movies.
but Law Dog just typed it
No, I mean like that was always. Oh yeah, it was always just a movie.
in. But it's a really good one. It's
Yep. You know what reminded me was of the Tochi. Actually, it reminds me where they mixed the two. The Blind Swordsman. Yeah, I can't think of too many more post-apocalyptic.
Blood of Heroes.
The Postman.
Blood of Heroes is an awesome post-apocalyptic movie.
Well, technically, Dying Earth is post-apocalyptic. And I've heard Empire of the East, which I've never read, but I have some of the books from it. Of course, Dying Earth is kind of, that's where we get our advancing magic. So.
What was that awful one by L. Ron Hubbard?
Anything by L. Ron Hubbard?
You mean Battlefield Earth, or
Yeah.
Yeah, Battlefield Earth. Yeah.
hey, you have to ask Bear since he was in that movie.
The book wasn't that bad.
I don't know.
And if you ever have to kill a rhinoceros, you can always use a copy of that book.
Is this true?
I'm
Even
trying to think.
the paperback will stun it pretty good.
Or you could just build something and make it look like you're not behind it, I guess. I'm trying to think of, most of the time, though, and I hate saying this, and maybe this is my fault.
Actually, I can remember one that nobody brought up, which I would be remiss if I didn't bring up because it was written by my favorite author of all time, Damnation Alley. You guys remember that one?
Oh,
Yeah. Do you have the book?
Michael Vincent
No, yeah, of course I do.
movie.
Okay.
That was by Zelazny.
Yep.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it The Dying Light or something? Didn't he write that or something?
I don't think so. That one doesn't ring a bell. But yeah, when it comes to books, I don't think there are a ton of them.
There are a lot of post-apocalyptic
that don't end up translated to movies that we've already discussed. But
you would be incorrect. There are a fuck ton.
Well, that are as famous. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, but that's the case with everything. There are a lot of books made that just never get.
Maybe I was wrong. Lord of Light? Or is that one?
Yeah, he wrote that one.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I haven't read that one in a long time. He has a knack for writing, taking other people's mythology and turning it into science fiction or fantasy in ways you would expect.
It did get made into a TV series, but a good book was The Last Ship.
Yeah, but I thought that was one I mentioned or something. Maybe I missed that one up.
Okay, The Last Ship is where there's a plague.
Yeah.
There's a Navy ship. And they're working on the cure, and they're pretty much like the last people that aren't infected.
But I have to laugh when I start reading this, and it says it's a U.S. Navy Arleigh Burke, and I went, "That's the last ship that would have enough people to figure out a cure." So
yeah, I think the guy served on the class, the guy that wrote it.
Yeah, well, that's what we were talking about with the Left Behind, but that was the ones that we were the leftovers. There were a few of them actually out there for a series. What about what was it, Legion?
Why is that not coming up?
What?
There it is.
Yeah. Wasn't there also Legion, the one that was?
Oh no, was it Legion? I was thinking. No, I saw this one over the course of several weeks at church. I think it was called Unite or something.
No.
Like
that. So Legion is where basically apparently God disappears and or he sends anyway. They also made it into a TV series, which I enjoyed, but again, it's one of those that kind of died. I think after it's like when I stopped watching them, the show would die the season after. It's like, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I was not allowed to start watching shows he doesn't intend to finish. No.
Well, some of it is that they started putting them behind paywalls, and I said, "Oh, okay, I'm not going to watch it anymore." And this is when they would stream everything on the internet, so you could just watch it without having to pay all the subscriptions. Like Sci-Fi would do that for a lot of their TV shows. So I just watch it that way instead of trying to buy cable.
Okay.
And then well, if you're not going to give it to me, I don't have to watch it. So. Or what? Well, maybe what was it called? It was the Legion was the movie. I'm trying to think of what the TV series was.
I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe I Am Legion. The it's not really a post-apocalypse.
Well, it has to deal with angels after they.
No, the one I'm thinking of has to do with a guy who has his brain put into a self-replicating starship, and while he's under, the world gets destroyed, and he just ends up like building more
Okay, so the TV series was Dominion.
Dominion. Yes.
So the TV series was Dominion, but Legion was the movie that I think it was based off of.
Legion sounds familiar just by the name alone, but
Yeah, it's very famous. It's this the commercial has the scene where the angel's in the diner,
Yeah,
and there's this woman that ends up like crawling up the wall or something like that.
yep.
And like this old lady, and he fights her.
Anyway, oh no, I guess I watched all the seasons because I never made a third one.
Yeah, technically the Shannara books are all post-apocalypse.
and Les Bader's Daishan was another one I've mentioned before, but it's only in book form. It was actually
Okay.
pretty good. It was about these people who, after the apocalypse, they were living underground, and eventually one of them decides to, try to go check out what's going on above, on the surface of the planet, and it's a lot better than what they described. But I never finished the second book, so I don't know what happened.
So, but yeah, I mean, it depends on what you want to, what kind of post-apocalyptic you want.
Well, I was curious to see, to be honest, how many things had gone anywhere near Gamma World with things like Mutations, Mutant Chronicles. I don't know if that's. I mean, it is, but
Well, Judge
it is.
Dredd. I mean, technically, Judge Dredd does that. So
but
does,
it gets rebuilt really quick, so to speak, and then it's just dystopian from that point out, heading into another apocalypse, I guess.
if you're in the mega
Mutant
city,
Chronicles has got like a weird, depending on where you pick up the game in the chronology. There's different eras, and you could play in different eras.
sure. Well, no, I mean,
Tunnel in the Sky was good.
but
God, that's been a long time. But I was looking for something that I really, even if it's not mutated humanoid versions of animals, at least the mutated versions of humanoid animals, furries or whatever, but like mutant creatures.
Burn the furry.
Right.
Burn the furry.
Of course, I have to recommend the Horse Clans, because that was one of the
That
longest.
sounds too much like a furry thing.
The Horse Clans, no. It's really interesting.
I know what it's about, but
the relationship between the humans and their horses and the saber-toothed cats is kind of interesting.
Yeah, we already mentioned Planet of the Apes like 4 hours
yeah.
ago.
Well, unfortunately, I think Max wanted to listen bits and pieces. So
Yeah, no worries, Mac.
Yeah.
It's still a great
No
example because it does in fact have the mutants. It does have,
we call them furries around these parts. We don't accept
apes.
them
It's
to
got
live.
pure strain humans, but they're, not the Gamma World kind of pure strain humans. They're well, maybe they're better off because they're not smart. I don't know. Gotta admit, Nova was smoking. Just saying.
Nova.
She's almost the perfect woman.
Only if she could cook.
Well, I mean, she knew where to hunt and gather.
if she can't make cake, she doesn't meet Justin's threshold.
Yeah.
If you can't bake, then you can't make cake.
Welcome back, Kevin.
Yeah.
Beneath the Planet of the Apes. That those movies growing up as a kid were like one of the regular standby sci-fis that we got, like on regular TV.
Yeah, unless you're like a kid in the 70s, you can't appreciate just how huge Planet of the Apes
It literally was the first global phenomenon when it came to sci-fi.
Everywhere. It was
Oh.
everywhere.
And it had a TV show, and we had all of the.
I like the TV show.
And it had a cartoon, and it had a song, I think, and it had, uh, a merchandising campaign that just did not quit. You could literally buy anything imaginable, other than maybe household cleaning products that had Planet.
No, you can buy those too.
I'm not even going to touch that. Oh my god, the things that came to mind. They technically still have a cleaning product if you want to be, really, really awful.
I'm trying to think of, I guess, not that I've read it, but I guess, would you consider Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in there?
What?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's. I don't know if that's post-apocalyptic though. I mean, it is in Detroit.
I
So-
think
No,
they
that's
had
in New
after the
York.
bomb. They had, what was it, after the bomb? There were a couple of
Mhm.
I think they did have some of the stuff that did that.
Yeah. Now, if you're doing books and you're um, a Shannara fan, definitely read Genesis of Shannara, or the books before that.
Yeah, I've never read a single Shannara book. I
Shadow of the
actually
Void, I think
maybe
it
I
is.
did.
I read a couple chapters of Sword of Shannara, and I was like, no, it'll be none of this.
No,
I was not into those books at all.
I was in a game called The Sword of Shanana. Does that count?
With Bowser, the
It
paladin.
was a very tongue in cheek, ridiculous game, but it was a lot of fun.
yeah, no, definitely. Genesis of Shannara is a good post-apocalypse. Like people surviving the fall of the world and having to build micro communities and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And then the groups of people that start changing because of what fucked up to make the dwarves and elves and
I'm
well,
I've
the
heard
elves
about that
were
one, Mac,
already
but I've never gotten to it yet.
going to say, what
all
about
flesh must
video
be.
games? I mean, you're all talking about books, but video games for it.
Fallout.
Well, you
I'm
got
getting
Fallout.
ready
What about Borderlands? I've never played it, but I was just curious.
I think
Take
Borderlands is an
care,
alien
Cal. I will
world.
see
No?
you soon.
I'm not sure.
Looking forward to next Saturday's game.
Oh, I remember playing one of those. I wish I remember. One of the old games where you could do your levels and stuff, but they had things hidden. I forgot what it was called, but it was very post-apocalyptic. We were out in the desert, things like that.
Wasteland, if you're going to go with video games, definitely that's like the grandfather of all the post-apocalyptic video games.
What year
I'm getting ready
because
to,
we were playing one in like
look into the
late
Bulgarian. I
80s, early
picked up a
90s.
couple of those books from a library, but I got them out. I don't have them all in order. Have you guys read that Bulgaria series? No, nobody here.
Yeah, maybe it was
Uh,
Wasteland, but it was the old one in the 1980s.
I've tried to a few times, so I just couldn't get into them.
But I'm trying to think of what are some of the other things that are out there. So I haven't really played a lot of the post-apocalyptic games.
I was playing one, but it was all zombies on my tablet. It was an app game, and I've seen a lot of, like Fallout clones. The resource management sort of build the complex underground kind of thing.
Yeah,
I mean, technically, would XCOM count? I don't know.
I don't know
it's
that.
an alien invasion game. It depends on how far into the invasion you are.
Yeah, there's something always about the whole alien invasion thing that Falling Skies was very acceptable in this genre. To mix alien invasion or sci-fi with post-apocalyptic, but normally I just get like it should be one or the other almost feel to it. You're either going to do the alien invasion or you're going to do the post-apocalyptic. When you mix them, it almost seems like an insurmountable, there's no solution. You know what I mean?
Cloverfield.
Cloverfield.
Thanks again, Law Dog.
Isn't it 10 Cloverfield Lane? That one was the.
Yeah.
Boy, you want to talk.
Or Skyline, I'm thinking of.
Oh.
Skyline is the one where the aliens are sucking everyone up into their ships. But if you ever watch the sequels, like the
They had a
world has been
sequel?
there are
Oh.
like 4 of them.
Oh, wow.
At least 3.
That was one of the things I liked about I think it was the Colony. You never saw the aliens, so as far as you knew, it could have just been humans lying.
Yeah. Well, the mega structures that just appear overnight.
Right. But it still made it seem more post-apocalyptic than
Yeah.
alien invasion. It's just, aliens get here. It's just, kiss your ass goodbye kind of situation. Unless you want to, work for them or something. I find it like, good luck, resisting and fighting them. Kind of like with the Robotech Invid invasion. There was just like, you're SOL. There's nothing you're going to do.
Yeah, if there was an actual alien invasion, you probably wouldn't even know it happened.
Unless it's like one of those Turtle Dove novels.
Actually, you don't even have to do that. You just slam a big asteroid in, and it's too late. You don't even have to do a lot of effort. It
depends on their purpose for invading.
Right.
Well, that's the other problem with
speaking of
invasion
which,
stuff. Unless it's just pure, I want to kill these people for no reason. There's really no legitimate reason to attack another planet.
Wait a minute. District
that could
9.
be cool.
Wait a minute. District 9, and then let's not forget about Alienation.
Alienation was good. Mac, that would be a great way to run a Metamorphosis Alpha game with the humans or the aliens wipe out the humans, but they get to a bunch of them get to escape, because of, let's say, a hyperspace or warp, to where the aliens can't track them, like in Battlestar Galactica.
Or wait a minute, it's called Titan AE.
Oh, the animated.
Vaguely remember that?
Yes, the cartoon Titan AE.
But that's like so far post-apocalypse, it's kind of irrelevant to it.
And I mentioned this before, but just in case, Exodus, Empires, I'm going to write that down because if something goes 15 books, it's either going to be really, really good or really crap, and I'll be out on the first book. But you guys all remember when Worlds Collide, the 1950s movie?
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's actually a book that's the sequel called After When Worlds Collide, and it turns out that the ship that they send off actually lands on the planet because it misses the Earth. But by passing by the Earth, it destroys it, so they land on the planet that, mind you, this is the 50s, and they didn't know any better. But when they land on that planet that was going to hit the Earth, it's the whole book is the exploration of this planet that had an ancient advanced civilization, but for whatever reason they all died off or disappeared. Maybe they left, and they try to colonize the planet. But mind you, the book was written like 2 minutes after the movie, and they had no clue about how things actually work or how we believe them to work. A planet getting shot out of its normal orbit is not going to be sustainable when it comes to life. It's going to become a vacuum real quick, a vacuum world. Hold on, I'm writing this down. Exodus, Empires of War.
I mentioned this much, but technically Robotech count.
Yeah, I did mention it.
Yeah. I don't remember Star Blazers enough to say yes or no.
It was actually. You know what? That's a good one. It was because the Earth it dried up for the most part, and they had to go to Iskandar to get the cure from these aliens who were offering the cure if only the humans would find a way to come pick it up, and
This is-
they had a year to make the round
None
trip.
of it actually takes place really there, though, except like initially when they leave. It's pretty much all out in space. So that was the only thing.
Wait a minute. This is purely for Justin. Thundercat.
Is that post-apocalyptic?
Well, it's on.
It's got furs in it, so I don't know if I can trust it.
Right.
Well,
There's
you know,
that.
and it was on
Also,
Earth.
Thundercats roar.
It was on Earth. So.
Thunder the Barbarian.
District 9 was good. Thundar,
Oh,
is
Thunder the
definitely-
Barbarian's the best for
Thundar the
for
Barbarian
Gamma
is Gamma World, guys.
Oh yeah,
It's not more so than Fallout or some of the other ones, but man, it just reeks of Gamma World in every possible way.
Do any
wanted
of you
to-
remember the movie Reign of Fire?
yeah.
Oh, the dragon one, yeah.
I liked it actually.
Speaking
It wasn't
of-
awful. That's where the dragons come back.
Yeah, where they
and
release them, out of the ground, yeah.
by accident, and then they burn the world to a crisp. And there's just roving bands of survivors trying to hunt down and kill every one of them.
George, we did mention Buck Rogers. The problem is we're just not getting a lot of the alien.
No worries,
not-
Mac.
Yes, aspects to it, unfortunately.
Oh.
All right, well, Mac, get some sleep.
No, he said he's going to be right back.
Yeah. Oh, I just saw him say he's going to call him bad. So
And right after that, it says BRB.
that's the cuddling.
Yeah, be right back.
Yeah, you know what though? Rain of Fire to me seems like it was too. They tried to squeeze too much. Had they stretched it out, that would have been like far more.
It would have made a great miniseries.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, that's the problem with most of the movies is if you're gonna and I hate saying it, we're spoiled now. You know, in the '70s they couldn't do a lot of series unless because people didn't watch every week. So you had-
Yeah. Miniseries is. You know, I was going to mention V because it was just a great miniseries.
Yeah.
Because it was neither. It was obviously alien invasion, but not post-apocalyptic. But I miss that when they could spend all the time they needed, but not so much so that it would become
Drag on.
or a way of life where you couldn't freaking miss it because it wasn't going to get rerun. It was it was a couple of weeks, maybe a month worth of, maybe even 6 weeks, I think, for Shogun and Roots. But by the time you were done, you're like, okay, that was a great story.
It was just an event.
Grossly underused format.
Well, and I think miniseries would be much better because you have a beginning and an end. Because I've noticed that, and this is what gets me. I'm not saying they didn't have filler in episodes, but a lot of the series nowadays, even with 10 episodes, it feels like half of them are filler. And you're like, why is this even in here? Instead
Well,
of
that's because everyone in that industry is a hack now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
well, they don't have,
See, they have no life experience, and then they're writing about life experience. So,
Well, it also doesn't help. I also think they don't have as many writers in there doing as many as they used to.
well, maybe the coming civil Third World War type of thing will give a bunch of these schmucks some real life experience, and in 40 years they'll be great writers.
Yeah, I don't want to be part of that. If they can do that up in Canada, if they can go fight in the wastelands of Canada where you aren't
Fuck
affecting
you!
civilized people.
Leave Canada out of your post-apocalypse, bro.
Wait a minute. Above
Like,
the
go
Arctic.
fight in the wastelands of Mexico.
Wait.
You don't even have to wait; you can just go.
Wait a minute. There's no one in the northern part of Canada anyway.
Yeah. I want to keep it that way.
No. I want all those people to go encounter their post-apocalyptic, life up in the northern Canada when they come out. One of the things that they can at least talk about a boot and
Hey, leave my boot out of this. I got 2 of them, and I like both of them.
Go back.
That's right.
There's no boot given to you.
I mean, is there even anything in the Northern Territories? That's what I'm just
Yes, it's where I keep my snow. I need it for my living room repaired.
Your snow.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Mine.
Okay, I got to ask a couple of questions real quick. How do you know it's your snow versus somebody else's snow? Do you
Because
keep
it's
it in
yellow.
buckets or barrels or something?
Yeah, it's yellow.
He knows it's his snow
And
is
once you
because
do
it's
that,
yellow.
doesn't it just turn into ice?
Yeah.
No.
So you can
That's
just
not how it works.
shovel it out and it's still snowy.
It's always-
Okay.
I'm just saying that if it's in the Northern Territories, no one would ever know if all of those writers just mysteriously disappeared, into
Well, you know what? If it's to Mexico, no one would know that it's where they're getting their organs from.
That's China. We get all of our organs from China.
No, we don't. We get them from Mexico.
What are you talking about? They're too small. They won't fit.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, they're bad Chinese knockoffs.
Yeah. And then you have to eat again 15 minutes later.
And trying to get your money back is, trust me, guys, it's not going to happen. Yeah, Wizards was good. I need to see that again. Does anybody know if that's on YouTube? I should check. Wizards, yeah. I just watched Fire and Ice. That was awesome. Even it was still
Well, bro,
it was a product of its time, but there were some scenes in there that were I would if I could get posters or very large prints of certain scenes from that, they would look great in the the man cave or in the game shop in Texas. I would definitely cover the walls and stuff like that.
Didn't Frank Frazetta do some of the artwork
Yes.
for it? So, but I mean, those are the things that are going in there. I still think, you know what? Why don't we send them all to Siberia? We'll just parachute them in.
Still, you're ruined. That's the Russian guy's snow. He needs that. Send them to Mexico. Nobody will miss them there.
All of them, all they care about is the polar bears. We'll let them have plenty to eat. There we go. Polar bears.
Oh my God, mutant polar bears! Can you imagine that shit?
You don't need to mutate a polar bear. They're awful enough as they are.
I know, that's why you got to mutate them. Turn them up to 11, man.
Drop a couple in Mexico. They can
What,
feed.
polar bears?
Nausicaa, I keep hearing that one brought up as well.
We're just doing Lost with putting polar bears in random locations in the tropics.
I'm okay
But I
with
already
that.
know how.
As long as they're not fucking up my snow or my Russian buddy's snow.
Well,
And they're eating Hollywood Riders.
Right, George? Some of those scenes from Fire and Ice where
we could just drop 1,000 polar bears into Hollywood. I'm okay with that.
I'm just saying that we just send them up there. No one would know. You would never notice them. They'd all be eaten.
I
Whichever
would.
one survive.
I go up there all the time to get snow to repair my living room. Okay.
Snow. You do live in an igloo. That's why it's black back there, folks. He doesn't want us to see the lines from the big ice cubes holding his home together.
I know. Well, he sends stuff the rays of the sun by making sure that he puts solar panels out there so he can power everything up. And
Yeah. I put the solar panels on top of my igloo to power the refrigeration units.
Yeah. to make sure his food stays warm.
It's called environmentalism.
That's right. It's cold enough that it stores, but hot enough that I can eat it within a reasonable amount of time.
Environmentalism in Canada. Don't you have a city named Asbestos?
Yes, we do. It's where we get our asbestos from.
The cheap knockoff snow.
That's not real. That's styrofoam. We just talked
there's
about
my
Robotech, Law Dog. Yeah, but those are post-apocalyptic.
The Invent Invasion, the third segment of Robotech definitely counts, and Alien Invasion mixed together. And if you're going to go through the apocalypse, having being in possession of one of those Cyclone battle suits that turns into a motorcycle is absolutely the way to go.
Yes, I gotta
cheesy
get
as
one of
hell,
those.
but God, oh my God, that was just so freaking cool. So I mean, I can see that being more of a reality than the jump jets and the flight and all that crap. No, it just fold it up a little bit and now you're a motorcycle.
Hmm.
Oh, did you ever see the briefcase that turns into like a little cart, or whatever that's motorized?
Those are real.
I know,
Mhm.
that's my point. Yeah, those are absolutely real.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, would they get like 8 miles before they die?
If you're just zooming around an airport, it's all you need.
You
Yeah.
know what? These were actually motors. As long as you have enough gasoline, you can keep it going.
Uh,
Nice law dog. Yep, yep. They were. I mean, I know they're ridiculous, but being able to turn into a motorcycle and have mini missile launchers. Just saying, man.
Hey, the Italian army made a Vespa with a recoilless rifle on it.
I'm just thinking,
yep.
I hate saying this. I'd hate to see that while you
What's up,
fire on the
Derek?
go. That would be.
Hey, Vespa. If it was good enough for Sarah Connor, it's good enough for me. She didn't
Actually,
actually have a Vespa. She just had a generic scooter. But
Yeah. If
actually,
hers had a bazooka on it, she might have been able to deal with the problem herself.
I have there's
I
in
think it
my
was a Honda
complex
or whatever.
that drives one, I guess, to work and back every day. So,
Hmm.
yep. We talked about Mad Max, George.
Yeah, I don't remember the part he's talking about. All I remember is just being on the road and what have you. It's been so long. I really should watch those because those are like between A Boy and His Dog and Mad Max. Those are the first things everybody goes to.
Mad Max is like on the cusp of collapse. Like it does. I think it does a
Until Road Warrior. Once you get to Road Warrior, then it's complete
no.
collapse.
The first one.
Yeah.
Uh, the first one. It starts off, I think, with a montage of the shit going down,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah,
then
it's
and then
like
it's like
society is basically collapsed, but there's these communities, areas that are kind of
yeah
like holding on by their fingernails.
yeah there are like outposts of like government agencies that were set up during the collapse to try and regionalize
Oh,
things.
Yeah.
okay. Here's one that nobody brought up. I think we did talk about it once, but not tonight. Tank Girl, yay or nay?
Tank
I have
Girl.
I haven't seen Tank Girl, so I can't say.
You should watch it. It's worth at least one watch, but
It's worth seeing.
What'd you think,
it,
Doc?
I could sit through
yeah.
it once. I wouldn't watch it again.
Watch it
I've
once.
seen it a
There's a lot.
couple of times.
So
The
have I, but
girl, like, thank God she had that as a career because otherwise, I guarantee she would have ended on the streets.
no, I
With that
think
crazy lady.
the main actress,
Yeah.
the Gwen Stefani knockoff. Tank Girl.
Well, you pre Gwen Stefani, but yeah, maybe Gwen's older sister.
Oh wow, I didn't realize that George Miller was a doctor.
George Miller.
The one that
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
a
for Mad Max. Yeah.
Who is he again?
the guy who directed the Mad Max movies.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he was a doctor.
That's an unusual change of venue for a career. Yes, we did mention Cherry 2000, one of the best, most apocalyptic movies of all time, and possibly the most likely uh, representation of what we will face.
I thought it was Idiocracy is what we agreed was the
Oh,
most.
that's the winner. That's
Yeah.
but the one that we could all survive would be Cherry 2000.
Oh.
I actually just watched Cherry 2000 a couple of months ago.
It's a good film.
It's yeah.
The problem for me is any movie with Melanie Griffith in, my ears start bleeding like 20 minutes into it.
Melanie Griffith.
As
Oh,
they
yeah.
should. That just proves you're still sane.
I've seen Lori Petty in other things. The girl from
Tank Girl. Yeah. Me
Yeah.
too. Me too.
Uh,
And I gotta wonder if she really acts like that ever, or is that just like the way she acts on camera because that's the way people want her to act? Because I can't picture getting away with that without
she doesn't always act well. I've never seen her play another role like that in anything else, like she does in Tank Girl.
I remember seeing her in something else, and I instantly recognized her. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Maybe it's all those teeth.
Maybe. The thing I seen her in most recently was Station 11, which was a good It was a miniseries. It was just a one season,
Mhm.
10-episode thing, but worth a watch. That's a post-apocalyptic thing too. Station 11.
I'm not sure this counts as post-apocalyptic, but it does work if you've watched Avenue 5.
Someone mentioned that one for me, and I wanted to see that, but I don't remember why.
It's basically
Avenue
Hugh Laurie on a cruise liner.
Oh yeah, you're the one that
in
keeps
space.
mentioning that.
Yeah, I've been one of this, but
Okay. Now
it's
I
a
know
cruise
why.
liner in space that is everything's going wrong in it. They slowly go through and things just get worse.
That sounds like a book I was actually writing.
It's very dry humor, but
It sounds very Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, speaking of Station 11, you were talking earlier about things happening in the past and characters like at two different time periods during the event. Station 11 works that way. There are things that like characters before the apocalypse and then how they are after, and then like some things of like, well, it's going to happen, it's broken up between three different timelines, and that's the like a few years before the apocalypse, during the apocalypse, and like 2 decades afterward, and then it follows these characters until they all meet up at the end. It's really worth the watch.
I'm going to mention.
Or read the book, I guess. You read the book if you want to.
If you want more of a child-friendly version that still has the same biting cut as Pixar's WALL-E.
Wally's post-apocalypse.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, there are no humans left on the earth. It's full of trash. It's full of time and there's that one vegetation, and they keep sick. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we've exhausted the list as far as I'm
I've got a pretty good list, and it's not silent running. I don't know.
Kind of.
It is and it isn't, because you don't get to see Earth. You just know that that's what's going on.
Yeah.
I love that movie. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. Even though,
I'm going to mention one which I'm not sure if that really counts, but what about Split Second?
Never heard of it.
Split Second?
With Rutger Hauer and
yeah, I think that's a it's a movie with
it's a movie that exists.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm famous for this. The Darth Lundgren, right?
Yeah, no. It's
Rutger Hauer.
I mean, technically, how can we forget Blade Runner? Because that's post-apocalyptic.
Yeah.
I see it as more dystopian.
Well, it is, but I mean, when you kick it animals and stuff, there's a lot of stuff that's going on in there. So.
Yeah, there's way too much
More
still
so than the
working
movies.
for me to consider it post-apocalyptic.
The book is a lot more. Do
Well, the
androids
short
dream
story.
of electric sheep?
The
Is a lot more
Do
into it.
Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
Yeah.
I have it somewhere in my collection. I haven't read it. And
I'll be honest with you. I like the short story, but there's more going on in the movie.
Yeah, that's one of the cases where I think the movie is actually much better than the book.
we mentioned
Mega
Planet of the
Man,
Apes.
yeah.
We did not touch Soylent Green again. That's like right before it becomes post-apocalyptic. It's like it's a
things are
lead
still
up to it.
hanging on.
Yeah.
The Road. I'm definitely gonna. The Road is probably the first one I'm
It's
gonna go.
very fucking depressing, man.
Oh, it's okay. Nothing gets me
Yeah.
down.
And read the book by Cormac McCarthy instead.
Yeah. If I like the movie, then I'll go back and read the book. But my list of books I have to get through in the next month is kind of steep. So
There was another one I remember watching. I can't remember what the movie was, and I'm not saying it was very good, but it was. It had what's her name? The one from that played Harley Quinn.
which one?
Oh, I'll have to think. I can't remember her name at the moment, but she plays Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn.
I don't know her name because I can't stand watching her. Again, too much teeth.
Oh, there's a weird, obscure 70s science fiction movie with Paul Newman
Barbie.
in it called, I think, Quanto. And it's this kind of like Ice Age post-apocalypse.
It's funny you mentioned that. I've been thinking about it. If I was going to run a post-apocalyptic game, that would Margot Robbie.
Yeah, Margot Robbie.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sure
Babylon.
she's a wonderfully nice person, but
Was it Babylon?
she just comes across really weird to me. If I was going to run a post-apocalyptic game, snow and ice would be one of the big things that you have to deal with, because a lot of the things that would cause a catastrophe here on Earth would kind of involve that, whether it's a nuclear winter or other things. She's hot, so she gets a pass. Not a fun fan.
Yeah.
I can see why she's very appealing to a lot of people.
Actually, she did pretty good in I, Tanya.
But I've known too many women exactly like her. That it's terrifying.
Exactly like her. She's a metalhead, right? In her normal day-to-day life, she's a metalhead.
That's why I would give her a pass, not because she's hot. Because you got to have more than just that. Because the wall defeats them all.
It was Z for Zachariah. That was what I was thinking of.
Never heard of that one.
Yeah, but that's post-apocalyptic, right after the end, right after things been due, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's because she's Australian. That's right.
So, how about you guys? Real quick, round the circle, starting with you, Justin. If you're going to do a post-apocalyptic, what would the world be like? For me, it's going to be a frozen wasteland.
Maybe. I really don't care for the genre all that much. So
it is incredibly depressing. So
yeah, it would have to be less depressing than The Road. That's all I'd say.
Good luck. I mean, I don't know. Never seen The Road.
Wait, hold up, Shadow. I have an objection to your whole nuclear apocalypse, or sort of like, absolute worst scenario for like human civilization is like a big snow and ice. Like, nuclear winter, snow and ice everywhere. Because patrolling the Mojave makes me wish for a nuclear winter.
I can see that.
Yeah, and I would like to thank you for pronouncing his name properly.
Yeah, of course I would.
I'm going to say as much as I am much more of a desert person, so I would probably set it someplace like the equivalent of Afghanistan.
You see, I love the desert, so that would be like, oh, okay, I'm home.
You see, I've lived in the desert my whole life, so I'm just kind of bored by it.
Well, I'm just
So
thinking,
just
it
don't
has
tell them that when you sign up, and if you get lucky, you'll get
Afghanistan.
PlayStation Zebra or something.
I mean,
Yeah.
Afghanistan looks, to me what post-apocalyptic would. So
Now,
that's-
I've lived in snow deserts my entire life. So
I'll say this much: is I don't like the word desert at all. I don't like the dry air. I don't like the cracked skin. I don't like any of that crap.
But you chose
Simply-
Texas.
I don't like
Um,
the ground blinding me.
You
Yeah.
haven't lived in Texas. Everyone's complaining about the humidity. If you go West Texas, then you're getting into desert. But if you're getting in East Texas, you're in swamps. And I'm in Central Texas.
Thanks for the tip. I will write that down. West Texas, it is.
Oh yeah, if you want to live in By Junction, there's.
Oh no, humidity will kill me. I mean, literally, not like joking or anything.
Well, if you're going to do that, the problem is no one lives. That's a good several hours away. But
Hey, that's perfect. That way, I can have the game store and actually have time to game.
Yeah, there would be no one there. It's like I don't know why I keep losing money on this game store.
You mean you can make money at owning a game shop? I didn't know that was a thing.
Do you know how you make money at a game store?
Yeah, you sell food.
No. Not only do you sell food, you also run a laundromat because people don't have anything to do for 3 hours, and that way they can wash their clothes. And if you really want to, it's make it to a truck stop. So then you also
well said, Law Dog. Well said. Why isn't it showing up? It says, for me, the world looks the same but overgrown, roaming bands of cannibals and small bastions of decency, holding on and fighting the good fight against the darkness of the human heart. So you've been to California lately?
Just
none of that overgrown shit because nothing grows out here.
But yeah, like I said, as Afghanistan matches exactly what I would view as a post-apocalyptic world, and it snows, and it gets blazing hot, and so you get the worst of all worlds. And when it does rain, then you get massive flooding. So but it was pretty during the rest of the time.
How about you, Doc?
Present day Los Angeles.
I had a feeling you were going to hit me with that one. Max says, irradiated swaths of Earth, feudalism returns, society reverts several centuries in tech and culture, a handful of religions surge in popularity and become major aspects of societies, and demons walk the earth.
So
that sounds fun. When are you running it?
Wait. Is he talking about Los Angeles again?
Like I said, let me know when you run that game.
Or is that New York? I can't quite tell.
I'm thinking more New York. Because all we've got, if we have any demons, they're all hanging around in Gavin Newsom's inner circle, and the rest are just demons and lemurs and larvae. Or Portland.
Yeah, I think I would actually leave the terrain largely intact, but just disused. I like the idea of a couple cities hanging on, and then kind of like outposts between. And just
I definitely like the idea of, like not realness, not literally, but drop the population by like 99%, of humans, and so that kind of like the way they did in Battlestar Galactica, when anytime there was a death, that was like their most precious thing. The way
I love the counter that they had, showing the number of
people. Yeah, and then so did a lot of other people, and then they brought it on the Chiron on the nightly news for a couple of years. I kind of got sick of that, but I do appreciate the sense of impending doom that it brings.
Well, but that's what I meant. But I
Yeah.
enjoyed that in the beginning of every episode. They'd show the number of people, and then when they had a birth, they showed it tick up one. Which is like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it was beautiful in the way it touched on in the fields. Made you remember. Oh yeah, that is the most important thing. Is people. All the stuff and all the possessions and all the things are meaningless. If you have no one to share them with.
You know what? I'm going to have to mention this a lot, dog. We also call that the Appalachians. When he's talking about the mountains are beautiful, the number of people willing to shoot at you not so beautiful.
Mm.
No.
Oh man.
But no, I mean, again, it's easy to take it. The more places you've been, the easier it is to pull stuff from there. And I was, and actually I visited it. We had an old Soviet graveyard when I was in Afghanistan that we go visit, and so it gave all that perfect thing. And, it was there weren't many people out there where we were. It was a big air base, about 35 square kilometers, and and even the walls were so small compared to the mountains around. You got to see it pretty well. But flying over was very interesting. So, but I guess the same feeling. But you do have major cities and smaller cities. I just think it's a good place to go for. And the players
Yeah.
still have. And I think the big thing with any post-apocalyptic is scarcity of resources, and that's part of the reason why I do deserts and stuff. Otherwise, things become fairly easy.
Well, that's why I liked the book 1 Second After, which was like an EMP, like carpet EMP bombs are launched over the U.S. by, we think, the Chinese or whatever. Doesn't matter. Most of North America. It all circles around this one guy living in this small town. He's like the mayor or something. I don't know. He becomes the leader of the town, and it just focuses around the challenges they have, and then some of their negotiations with the nearby city, and having to defend the town from people coming in because they only have so much resources. And like there's this one section where the city like reverts to cannibalism, but they had like this nearby cattle farm that nobody bothers to get the cows from, so they end up just starving to death.
You
And
know what?
that would
I
have been
think
a food source.
I think I listened to the author on a podcast.
Yeah.
When he was discussing stuff and the things that you have to deal with, and things that people forget about, which is, they always act like, oh well, the military will stay completely together. If your family's in trouble, that's the problem, and I think he deals with a lot of that too. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like the military isn't magic; it can't be everywhere all at once.
Well, the other thing is, and this is something I learned when I did. We talked about post-apocalyptic. There's an interview that's taking emergency management or looked into anything like the La Florida earthquake, or after Katrina, you look at stuff like that. The NIMS. You know what? You can walk up a mountain with 50 pounds. It just takes you forever, and I'm not saying you can't do stuff. 50 pounds isn't that bad. 150 pounds, that sucks. Trying to drag your crap up.
Yeah, we were watching Fallout, and the Squire's carrying that gigantic, oversized, comical freaking golf.
You gotta
bag.
understand, it's meant to be comedic, though.
Yeah,
well,
clearly,
that's
clearly.
the game too.
I can't remember the name of the movie, but it's also post-apocalyptic. There's these guys who go around hunting down corporate criminals, and it's like they have like a reality show, and they all have a gun caddy who carries around all their weapons for them. I can't remember what the name of the movie is, though. It's really, really cheesy.
And whenever people talk about mountains, it depends on how steep things are.
Yeah, if you're sheer climbing it, pitons and sort of thing, yeah, forget it.
Well, I'm going to say if you go to the Alps or the Rockies, they tend to be very vertical. But if you go to some place like in Texas, we have the mountains out west, they tend to be very smooth and stuff. So yeah, but most people can't carry 50 pounds. Let's be honest. On a flat ground, well, I'm not disagreeing with some of it, but yeah, people can carry stuff up, and man, you'd be amazed at what you can do over time. But man, as I get older, I'm like, I hate carrying 10 pounds in my back with upstairs. Uh, but yeah, that's a good example. Hey, just carry this up 30 flights of stairs. Like, holy crap! um, even a couple flights of stairs. You carry like, I don't know. When you were a kid, did you used to carry books? I used to carry a lot of my D&D books to school. I had to have like 15, 20 pounds of D&D books when every day I went to school that I would carry, walk to school. And all my, I think most of my stuff was on the second floor. And then I carry it home every day too.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're from that newer generation. You didn't have to walk.
No, it's. uh,
Well, Jet, it's run up on 2:00. I got to get
Yep.
to bed.
I was
Yeah.
gonna wrap it up at the top of the hour.
But no, I agree. But no, whenever it comes to encumbrance, it's like, well, how much do you want to carry versus how much you have to carry? And all of a sudden, a lot of things go out the door, especially like cold weather gear. All I do is sweat. I don't need that much. Give me something as light as possible.
Yeah, I always use a slot-based system for encumbrance, just because you're decreasing the amount of numbers. Because too often, if you go just strictly by weight, people wind up ignoring it after a while because it's just too much of a headache.
I like slot based. I like what they did with Forbidden Land.
I'm in a game right now where that's what they're using. It depends on the smaller things, let's just use coins, or something like that. How many of them can fit in a slot? But for the most part, yeah, I have when I do hike, I actually carry most of my stuff on a belt as opposed to a backpack.
I carried a lot of stuff for a backpack, but like when I go out to my property, when you start looking at stuff, most of what I carry is water. I'll carry 30 pounds of water.
Right, because in the real world, we never assume we're going to find anything. It's always we're going to we're going to eat this food, and then we're going to toss the wrappers and stuff in the appropriate receptacle. Okay, my weight's only going to get lighter, but for characters, it's the exact opposite. It's going to get heavier and heavier and heavier. That's usually the rule as opposed to the exception.
That's why you're supposed to bring your mules into the dungeon. That's why you get a couple
or extra people to distribute the weight.
Yeah, well,
water is a killer.
Going out there, I think usually my son and I will carry about probably 15 to 20 pounds of water when we go out doing stuff. And
well, you'll notice during the game, I've said several times, let's take this stuff and give it to a couple of the flunkies and send them back to the boat.
Yeah. Well, I thought we've done that several times.
We have, but I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that suggested doing that.
No, we just took it for granted.
Well,
the flunkies are for. Yeah, okay.
Well, to be honest, you guys haven't found a lot in coinage, but you have found a lot in other kind of weighty items. So yeah, that should be the case. But I've also had you guys, you had to leave stuff behind because you literally couldn't carry it all. Them's the breaks. You kind of upgraded, so worrying about that old shield that's not magical, just leave it behind.
Oh yeah. Well,
but yeah, I do try to keep track of that sort of stuff.
A lot of it is, hey, let's bring the mules with a cart. That's what we do in the BX game.
What is that?
We fought one of these in a game once.
Mushroom?
It's a tree.
Oh, yeah.
Tree.
Well, that tree was much bigger.
But no, whenever we're there, Yeah, whenever people are talking about with water, it's like, but why am I?
Yeah,
Well,
tonight I've already gone through 5 of these, and that's just sitting here. Mind you, it is 80 degrees in my house. And
that's only
You've
like
seen me
5
refill this how
pounds.
many times?
That's only like 5 pounds. When I go to work, I carry like 28 pounds of water on my shoulders. Um, no, I'm sorry, 28 liters of water, which is a little over a pound each. I think it's 32 pounds, and I'll carry that up to my office, and then I'll leave it there for a bit. But yeah,
Yeah, I think I've drunk something like 3.5 to 4 liters since we started this stream.
yeah, it's 4.5 hours. Yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
I
So
well,
about
in
one
resource
one
management,
an hour.
I think that's the important part with post-apocalyptic. But that's one of the reasons I don't like 5e is that they've removed the resource management from the game.
Well, because it's hard.
I'm not gonna put all that bullshit for it. The whole thing is you're acting like a you know some people don't like that fine, but it removes a lot of the I don't want to put this inaccessible areas of the world, and it makes them very accessible. That's part of the reason I like resource management. If I tell you, hey, very few people have reached this one city, maybe you're the first people that have reached there in 100 years because it's too hard to get there normally. You have to have your spells, and you have to do this. You have to bring your caravan,
Yeah,
and
and you have to have food and water.
well, that's what I
Mhm.
mean. But you have to have the caravans to bring the food and water, so you can actually get out there.
Yeah, I find it ridiculous when I've been on in many campaigns in the last couple of years where food and water were not even glossed over, just never an issue. And look how often we get distracted by talking about food and water, on these streams because it's that important. I personally in my own life try to, you know, simplify it, but that's because I want to do other things. But
In a 2-hour show about writing, we talk about food for 45 minutes
right,
more than
right,
an
because it
hour.
is, it is, right after air, it's the most important thing to keep breathing air. You have to have those other two things, or all the air in the world isn't going to help you one iota.
Well, but that was part of when you start looking at D&D for this end spells. A lot of them didn't make it so you could make it very far, and that was intentional until you got that 6th or 7th level, and then it started becoming trivial. So then you could go and explore in those areas that are supposed to be inaccessible, which is really the idea of it. And then once you get those higher levels, then you don't worry about your basic resources because now you
Right.
have.
Once your cleric or whatever has got the create food and water
Yep.
spell, fine. But even then, there are instances where it's not enough. You've got more people than you can create for.
No, but that's my point with being. But that's the point of at that 5th level. Now you've opened up huge sections of the world because now you don't have to worry about that resource management like you did before. Um,
Mhm.
that's what I'm referring to. But nowadays, it seems like everyone gets a bag of holding, everyone gets this, everyone gets that. And okay, you've made all of this stuff trivial. Like you're talking about a dragon sword. Let's assume that you get a dragon. Let's assume the dragon is 200 miles away from the nearest settlement. Your characters are never going to bring that gold back.
Exactly, Law Dog. I know that
That's
one by heart.
you know, yeah.
Yeah. Whenever players ask me about resource management, it's like, no, you don't have to keep track of it, but I'm going to. And they learn real quick.
Well, there are ways to simplify resource management, but still make it important. I like Alien. In Alien, you have the number of dice represent the number that you have. But guess what? Every time it's a little face hugger, you lose one of those resource dice. And so when you have 6, you don't care. But when you're down to 3, and then goes to 2, you're like, oh, I'm screwed. I better find something fast. At least create that tension among the players. Um, where they feel it. And that's one of the things I do like about that. But again, if you can get stuff further out, that's the important part. But guess what? If I kill if you look at the frost giants and you look on the map in Greyhawk, how far are the frost giants from the nearest settlement, the major city? It's like hundreds of miles, if not more. I don't know if you guys ever looked at where they had it on the map.
It's been so long.
Oh, okay, but
Yeah.
no, I mean when you look at it, you start counting all of the hexes, and it's like that's a real slog to get out there. Well, that's why continual light's so awesome for a spell.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, okay. Or and when we talk about magic items, I like lower level magic items. Not the really big stuff, but stuff like a continual light. Oh, if I do this, I can have my wand cast light. Okay, fantastic. That's cool.
Yeah, that's the stuff I like giving out. It's like nice utility items, stuff that'll be very valuable if they think to use it properly.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't overpower the game either. That's the other part I like about it. It's not like I have to worry about.
If you look at Lord of the Rings, perfect example.
Yeah.
Most of the magic items were things like that they got. The cloak and the elven cloaks, the rope, even the food that they got from the elves was a magic item technically. The lembas or whatever they called it, those little
it was just like high calorie bread or whatever.
Yeah,
right. But with preservatives, but that technically you call it a potion or a consumable, but it was and the vial of Galadriel again, a light. Maybe it was turning undead. I don't know, but it was still a simple thing. The rope of climbing. Those items are absolutely some of the first things I would be inclined to let the players find.
and those are the things that I like as far as magic. It's like, guess what? These won't overpower, but you still want them. You're not going to just toss them. I hate saying it. Indeed, y'all too often is, oh look, I found another +1 sword. I wonder what I'll do with this. Hey guys, who here wants a +1 sword? I have nothing to do.
That's the problem with having the +1 is it's like a minute variation on a thing that already exists for the sake of filling up lists of items.
Yeah,
for the sake of filling up lists of items.
It's not just that so much, Justin. I think it's with the whole level system. You can get the +1 at early levels, and you can get the +5 when you're like 10th level. You know what I mean? And
which ends up being a crutch for players staying into combat instead of thinking about what their character should be doing. Right? If you're not powerful enough to fight the 24 ogres, giving your player a +1 sword only encourages them to do fighting things instead of thinking things.
Yeah, when it comes to magic weapons, the only ones I have in my game are very powerful ones. Because it's one of those things, why are you going to go through the trouble of making this?
Right. Again, I was talking about that with the permanency spell a while ago. In AD&D, you got to have a permanency spell on something to make a spell permanent. But you can't cast a permanency spell until you're way up there in levels because it's an 8th level spell, and it also jacks you up. Like you lose a con point every time you cast it.
So I was rereading it. I don't think that's true for making a magic item. It's putting a permanent spell effect on it that does.
Right, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
If you want to make the spell permanent, then cool. You can't make a permanent fireball, but you can make a permanent continual light.
Well, continual light's automatically permanent. So that's not the problem.
Right, or a light spell, or a resist fire.
It was like comprehend languages. If you cast a permanent or protection from, I mean, they put a list in there. I'm like, okay, but
right.
But this is.
But also, when you do like the enchanted weapon or enchanted, conversely, the equivalent of an enchanted armor spell, in order to keep that plus on the item, you would cast a permanency so that you would have the equivalent of a plus magic weapon that doesn't fade away. Why would you do that on a +1 sword?
I don't think I don't think you have to cast a permanency for that. It's only if you give them a special ability above the plus in the magic.
Then how does the enchant item or enchanted weapon spell stay permanently on the sword?
If you reread it, it's kind of ambiguous, but if you reread it closely, it's if you put a spell effect on it, not the plus.
So like defensive fire or like
well, if you suddenly put into there that it has, and this is where you get the artifact affected.
yeah, like I
That's
don't know the spell name. I don't care. I don't play Magic Users, but
it.
like like fire or cold damage or like whatever you would name these things. Uh, not the +1. It's the
Yeah, it's
it's
not
like
it's not the it's not the plus that does it.
it's like what's the
Yeah,
Sting?
Omen.
Sting had the detect ogres or whatever.
The enchanted weapon spell only lasts 5 rounds a level. How do you extend that to forever?
That's when you
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think. Go look at the permanency in the back as well. Well, you have to look at some of it in there, but it's
You got to do something, whether it's
but for me,
permanency
and
spell
this
or something, you'd
you
have to do something.
sacrifice a virgin.
well, see, and this is where you argue like, well, I don't like the BX. BX allows you to make all the magic items, but you don't have to cast a permanency spell, and that's where I like the fact that those higher things are supposed to be. They're supposed
Thanks,
to,
Lord.
they're supposed to, that's part of the whole thing of the research to create these things, to do the research for that. Then that's the DM is supposed to figure out how to make those permanent. But yeah, I mean, that's why I said is I don't like the one. There's a lot of stuff in it, and it was kind of meant for tournaments, and it just kind of stuck with where it was.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well,
And I was looking, and actually, I noticed that you were grabbing stuff from the Immortals book. It looked like for your God War thing.
Mhm.
So I mean, that's where you say like, oh, okay. But yeah, like I said, there's things out there, but I always look at it and say, all right, I let the players do, but guess what? Things become rituals. Rituals are not spells. Spells should be something different than a ritual. And the problem is they got conflated between the two. A spell is something you memorize that you're able to cast quickly. A ritual is something that takes days or weeks and requires a lot of other stuff that preparation and everything. And the problem is they start mixing the two. Okay, it's not. It's like they had to throw it in there just because. Well, and like I said, the more that I've delved into 1E, you've overcomplicated things, Gygax. Did you even
well, you gotta understand. A lot of that is because they just made shit up at the table to deal with whatever happened that week or
I'm
that
referring
night.
to the DMG. I'm not referring to just the other stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Well, a lot of that got kludged together and held over, and there are attempts to pare it down, and then
well, that's why you get a second edition in there and say, okay, we'll do this.
yeah, and then that got bloated. And,
Yeah, well, I think that's fun with all games, and I'm okay with some bloat as long as players don't feel that just because they buy a book that they can demand to have whatever's in there. Like
yeah,
there's some
well,
great ideas in Unearthed Arcana, but there's some really bad ones in there too.
One of the items I gave out that my players actually loved the most, it was called the 1,000-foot map, and all it was a map that was just 1,000 feet across, square in every direction. But every time you folded it up and opened it, it updated itself, and it would show you like, oh, there's a horse over here.
Interesting.
Or it would give you like full floor pan.
magical GPS or
Yeah, basically. They absolutely adored it.
You know what I would rather do than that is because I don't want players to know what's in advance. It would automatically map for them.
That was an
behind the
Arduino
back.
magic item, Owen.
It makes a lot of
that's
sense for that.
like that's an everything magical item.
Well, no. I mean, when he mentions Arduino stuff, I'm not doubting that at all.
Yeah, well, I say that because it was 1975, so it was the first place that idea was printed, and it was.
It's a great idea. I mean,
It absolutely is.
And you're like, oh, okay.
And 14-year-old me would have never thought of it, other than the fact that I hated mapping.
You know what though is when I was a kid, I used to be the one that would map everything, and now I'm too lazy to do it.
We know.
But yeah, it was. Well, there's parts of it, but in the meantime, Armstrong just takes a snapshot every time he does it. But when I was there, I'd actually
Genius,
wanted-
right?
What's
Yeah.
that? Oh,
Genius. Armstrong is.
well, that
He's just quick on the ball because I do the same thing. But
Yeah.
well, no, he
No,
does
but-
a good job for that. But what I
I'm
always
not
like,
always looking at the screen.
yeah, but no, I'm the one that actually enjoyed doing the mapping for whatever. The boy, when you suddenly have that, and the player's like, okay, which way do we go? We should be going this way or that way. It was an important. It also kept me busy when.
That reminds me, I forgot to do the recap. Holy shit! You know what
Well,
I'm doing?
get on that.
Yeah, I
We gotta wrap up. We're 14 past the top of the hour.
Yeah. You guys were
I'm dying here.
bringing up some good stuff. Thanks
one's
everybody
forcing
for
you to
showing up
stay.
tonight.
No,
Appreciate it, Law Dog.
Take care, dog.
Catch you guys
Come
later.
on back next week, and if you'd ever want to join the show, hit me up on Discord, and just like it sounds, Shadow and Sun, and we'll bring you in one of these days.
And this is where we find out he's secretly Felix.
Take it easy, Doc. Thanks for showing up, man.
Yeah.
You
Party
too,
on,
Justin.
everyone.
You too, Omen. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow at the table.
You mean today?
Well, for you today, I still got 45 minutes, of which I am not going to be writing the recap. I'll probably be writing the recap in between my playtest game and the game that I'm running at some point. Maybe I'll get to it tonight, but I kind of doubt it. It's been a long day. But Law Dog, if you ever want to join us and not do the typing thing, you're more than welcome. Justin, Omen, get some rest. Have a great evening. Thanks for showing up, guys. If you want to talk for a minute after in the
Sure.
behind the scenes, it looks like Justin's ready to hit the hay, which I totally understand. I need to stand up and not be.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Well, I'm gonna take off. Party on.
Take
guys.
care. Bye, everybody. Have a great evening. Love you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow. And of course,